Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Education workshop meeting. Today is Friday, September 12th, 2025. The time is now 4:38 p.m. With me this evening, we have board members Ashley Gulyas, Janine Randolph, Kara Bakey, Sherry McCready-Pritchett, Mary Ellen Flaherty Ludwig. And we also have Dr. Alexandra Estrella and her cabinet here with us today. If we could please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and I will actually turn the meeting over to Dr. Estrella for opening comments at the moment.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for 24-25 goal review and final update of what we have accomplished and achieved at the conclusion of June of this year. We are very excited this evening to share with the board many of our accomplishments, but before we dive in, I want to make sure if the chair wants to share a few words to have you do that first, and then I can dive into the context of the work of last year and where we're moving forward and some of the things we have planned for the board today during day one of our retreat.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Board of Education retreat. I want to begin by offering our deepest thanks to Superintendent Dr. Alexandra Estrella and her team for a strong and successful start to the school year. The energy in our schools, the commitment of our educators, and the excitement from our students are a direct result of their tireless work and visionary leadership. Thank you for setting the tone for what we know will be another impactful year. As we gather here today, another school year is already underway, and with it, we are reminded of both the challenges and the incredible opportunities that lie ahead. This retreat is not just a time for professional development, it's a time of reflection, renewal, and recommitment of our shared purpose. We've all just come through one of the most difficult budget cycles in recent memories. It was a time marked by negativity, tension, and unfortunately, personal attacks. I want to take the moment to acknowledge how draining that experience was for all of us. The emotional toll was real, and I want you to know that I see it, I hear it, and I understand it. But I also want to express my gratitude for each and every one of you. Through it all, we leaned on each other, we supported one another in the highs, and most importantly in the lows, and that's something to be very proud of. Now it's time to regroup, come together, and grow stronger together. We are here because we care deeply about the children and families of Norwalk. We are here because we believe in what education can do. We are here because we were elected to serve, not for ourselves, but for the students who count on us every single day. As we move forward, I especially looking forward to the data and insights coming from the state of Connecticut. It's an exciting moment for our district. We have had privileged already 3 times this year of being invited by the Commissioner of Education, Charlene Russell Tucker, to share the remarkable work happening in Norwalk. Under Dr. Alexandra Estrella's leadership and vision, we are being recognized as a model, one that is worth studying and celebrating. It is truly inspiring to see our staff speak before the Commissioner and her team, confident and proud and passionate about the work we are doing. The spotlight is not just on our programs and processes, but on the people who make them happen every day. These accomplishments are especially powerful when we remember obstacles we faced: COVID, budget constraints, the weight of systemic inequities, and yet we continue to move forward because our children matter. And let me say that again, all children matter. Our work must continue to ensure that no child is lost in the system. The Black and brown children who for too long have been overlooked and underserved are lifted up, seen, and supported to reach their fullest potential. That is why we are here this weekend, to reflect, to learn, to grow, and to recommit ourselves to the mission that brought us here in the first place. I look forward to the conversations, the learning, and renewed energy that I know this retreat will bring. And most of all, I look forward to continuing to work with all of you, people who care deeply, lead bravely, and believe fiercely in the power of education. I want to thank all my colleagues for being here, and I look forward to a great retreat and another school year.
Thank you, Chair Carpio. We are very excited as well to be here this evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our achievements and accomplishments this past year. I think this start of the school year speaks to the great work that has already happened in Norwalk and the great work that will continue to happen. We opened the doors with a lot of excitement and joy. I visited every single school thus far alongside our Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Sandra Feois, and I can't say anything negative about that experience because there was so much joy, so much excitement, not only from our staff in receiving our children, but our children returning back to school. So it speaks to not only the commitment that our staff has for our kids, but it also speaks to the joy that students have and the comfort they have in coming to school. We actually pulled some data a few days ago looking at our attendance record and trying to see if some of the unprecedented national trends that are happening were impacting our student attendance, and they have not. And I attribute that to the enormous and intense partnership that Norwalk staff and community has to our students and their families. So I want to start with that piece of joy, yet this is a bittersweet moment. We are celebrating one of Norwalk's strongest years. Our students, educators, school leaders, staff, families, and central office team work together to exceed and surpass expectations set by the board. Our achievement rose, our growth accelerated, graduation rates climbed, and our attendance improved. At the same time, the budget cuts at year's end included reductions to central office and school-based staff, and the loss of key grant funding mean we will need to refine how we engage in the work this academic school year. Our charge is to be very clear on one piece, and is to protect core instruction, prioritize the highest impact of support for students, and resequence timelines and keep our focus where it belongs, on our scholars. Tonight, we celebrate what this community accomplished, and we also lay out the adjustments that will allow us to keep moving forward together. This year, we didn't just meet our goals, or better stated, last year, we didn't just meet our goals, we exceeded them and surpassed them across all key indicators. Like I said earlier, achievement rose, growth accelerated, graduation rates climbed, attendance improved, often outplacing the state and our city peers. These results did not happen by accident. They were the product of clear strategic work. It started with our strategic plan, planning and studying, our district-wide listening and learning conversations, our comprehensive facility studies, our equity review with Temple University, my superintendent listening and learning conversations at the start of my time here, and an array of many other studies. Together, those efforts produce our 2021-2026 strategic plan, a precise roadmap for supporting our scholars. Central office then translated that roadmap into daily execution of curriculum and coaching approaches, real-time data tools, staffing and HR pipelines, technology and operations, and student services, so schools could deliver with confidence. We built systems to strengthen bilingual programs, designing programs that met students' needs rather than fitting students into programs that did not reflect their educational goals and aspirations. We established instructional coaches to effectively support teachers' daily work. We built special education programs so scholars could be served within their own school communities. We partnered with philanthropic allies and organizations like Digital Promise and Verizon Innovation to build a data and analytics team and strengthen our digital blueprint while also addressing the evolving AI environment. We designed programs such as Future Ready to meet the varied learning needs of our high school students and place them on clear paths to graduation. And we brought our policies up to date, a task that was not easy, thanks to the leadership of this board alongside members of my cabinet, and continue to refine them with direct community input. Our year-end highlights include, just to name a few, 92.6% four-year graduation rate for the class of 2024, significant gains for multilingual learners, a decline in chronic absenteeism overall, and for high-need students, higher proficiency in ELA, math, and science, greater than prior years, and outperforming the state. An increased performance index in ELA and mathematics, first-time district-wide growth exceeding the states in ELA and math, and continued outperformance in terms of our performance relative to other city school districts here in Connecticut. These successes belong to the whole Norwalk family: teachers, school leaders, and coaches, support staff, the central office teams, including curriculum and instructions, student services, MTSS, data and assessment, the leadership team, technology, operations and facilities, finance, HR, to name a few. All these people who kept materials, training, staffing, and systems in place, alongside families and community partners, and above all, our students, to make sure that we had all the processes in place to have a system that yielded the outcomes that I mentioned here today and that we will go into greater detail tomorrow. Because all of us pulled in the same direction, were able to achieve these outstanding results. As we look ahead, we must also be candid. Budget cuts at the end of the year, this academic school year, required us to adjust the goals we set in June to match our current capacity. The reduction to central office and school-based staff, along with the loss of grant funding that had supported essential services and community partnerships, limit our ability to operate at the level we had envisioned. In response, we have revised the 2025-26 goals to protect our core instruction, prioritize the highest impact support for students, and resequence timelines while we pursue replacement funding and new partnerships. In your first station of this evening, you will have the opportunity to review your 2025-26 goals with the revised processes that we put in place to make sure that the goals that we set are reachable given the circumstances that we're currently in. It is unfortunate that we had to immerse ourselves in this revision in order for us to set realistic goals for our school leaders, teachers, central office staff, and other personnel. But unfortunately, given where we landed last year in terms of staff reductions and other professional learning cost limitations, we had to make these shifts. So when you go to your designated stations, in your packets, you have the revised goals. We will give you some time to review them and then give you the opportunity to provide the members of your first station an opportunity to acquire feedback and take in your input so that we can make further revisions so that tomorrow you can do your engage in final approval of the 25-26 goals. I'm going to give the board a minute now to look at the document and look at some of the revisions that were made. You have it? It looks like this. You have it? Let me see if she... They're also inside the booklet. I think.
Oh, is it in
Inside the
review
review
booklet?
Yeah.
booklet.
Okay.
We have a double, this one, and this one, and
I have to, I'm not, did Jeanette put them? I have to see. Let me see, make sure she put them inside the booklet. 1 second, please.
I don't remember seeing that at all. Unless these are changed. So, yeah.
I'll send you a digital version of them in a second. Can somebody make copies of these just in case?
I can send a digital version right now if you like.
You can send a digital version? And can somebody make some hard copies? Thank you.
So I think of a document that shows what the changes are, right?
Correct.
okay.
But
This shows the goals that we ended up with, not the changes.
Correct.
Right, we don't have it yet.
Okay.
So I will, they're making some copies for us so that everyone has them. So while they obtain those copies, just to reiterate some of the things that we always keep at the top of our conversation, as we immerse ourselves in our goal and refinement process, we always keep the mission of our district at the forefront, which is making sure that when we think about the work, we're thinking about all of our students, and that we keep at the forefront that all our students will graduate future ready and will become civically responsible individuals. We also ground our conversations around our vision, which is grounded in making sure that our scholars are prepared for an ever-evolving world, but that we do it by building equitable and just processes across our organization so that all students have access to their learning experience. And we continue to ground our work in the values that we set during our strategic plan, which encompass all of the elements described in this slide. And we continue to emphasize the work around excellence, engagement, future readiness, equity, and instruction and support, always putting that at the forefront of all the work that we do. So tying these 5 key strategic priorities, we design our goals, which we've had the opportunity this year at our midpoint to do a midpoint review, and we'll have the concluding analysis of our 24-25 goals today. In terms of the model, we will continue immersing ourselves in the fishbowl model, where you will start at one station and cycle through 3 stations throughout the scope of this evening and tomorrow. The stations will be structured a little different this time to give you the 5-minute to provide the team feedback around the 25-26 goals. And then we will enter into a 30-minute presentation by members of the cabinet and a 10-minute Q&A to help facilitate the board's understanding of what the goals were and how we met those goals, and in many cases exceeded those goals beyond the expectations set by the board. And we will cycle through those 3 stations to allow the board to have ample time not only to understand and deepen their understanding of how we met these goals, but then also to engage in a Q&A process so that they can ask any questions to further their understanding of the work that was done during that time. Is there any question from the board regarding these fishbowl sessions?
So the third one is tomorrow, correct?
The 3rd session will be tomorrow. So the way that today will run, you will attend station 1 and 2, and then we will pause. We will have Mr. Paul Forbes have a session with you about around an hour, where he will provide you with an update about the work that we did alongside him with all of our schools, in supporting our schools with our work around supporting all students across the district. And he will provide an update to the board of the work findings and next steps in terms of what we will be doing this year. Then tomorrow, the first station will be Station 3, wherever, however that falls for the members. Then we will go into executive session to discuss the superintendent goals for 24-25. And we will come out of executive session and potentially go back into executive session to discuss pending litigations and cases that are presently being worked with our legal counsel. So at this time, Sandra, do they have the digital version?
I'm getting sent right now.
Okay.
I have to PDF, but I apologize.
Okay. So you should be getting an email with the digital version, and Rob is working on making some hard copies of those goals. So while we wait for that document, I'm going to ask the groups to start transitioning to the stations. We have 3 stations. One, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to say, it's like station 1 is upstairs,
Mhm.
station 2 is down here.
We'll just walk people to the different stations. So we have stations in different parts of the building. It will allow the board to have an opportunity to experience the new building here at the Sono building, but also get a sense of how students could potentially utilize the different spaces around the building. So I'm going to ask the members that will be working with with Sandra and Ralph, to follow them. That's Kara, Colin, and Janine.
All right.
And Station 3 will be led by Lunda, Marianne, and Allison. And that will be Mary Ellen, Sherry, and Ashley, if you can follow them. And for Mr. Pennington, can you guide the group to, JD, you'll guide them to their station? Mr. Pennington, he's Station 1.
We need both booklets or just?
Okay,
Who are we missing? Is there somebody else?
Janine.
No, Janine was not with you because she was already with us in the last group.
Wasn't somebody else with us?
Yeah, wasn't there a third person? It's just not the two of us, is it?
I think for this group, it actually is.
Is
Can
it
you
really?
press cancel? Can you press
Oh.
cancel?
I just remember Marianne was over there.
Right. It
Yeah,
was you,
it might have just
me,
been,
and
no, that's it, because it was Lunda upstairs with you guys.
Linda was with us,
Yeah, we know
Marianne.
we Ashley. So was Ashley here?
That was it.
Oh, because Ashley
Ashley was
took
with
off
us.
for a bit, that's why.
okay, so
Okay.
that's who's missing. Okay.
So allow us the opportunity to take you back in time for a little bit. We're going to provide you some highlights that are not yet part of these goals, but just some accomplishments that we've had during the strategic plan, the same way that the other group did.
Yep.
One of the things that I will remind you of again, that the superintendent has already said, is that upon her arrival and the start of the strategic plan, you guys conducted many, many studies. And one of the studies was the feasibility study, and for the facilities efficiencies, but also to put forth like a plan on how we should start to tackle some of our maintenance that wasn't able to be deferred, but also some of our school construction projects. That was a huge undertaking.
Huge.
And it actually paved the way for me to be able to have a lot of the success that I have had. So I really appreciate that study, because when I came, I had that at my disposal, and so did the finance team. The other piece is that prior to that, we never really used to assess our schools in terms of cleanliness. And since 2021, we've been doing those yearly assessments by a national company called ISSA, and they actually give us a rating so that we not only do we measure ourselves up against other districts and other industries, but then against ourselves, like how are we doing from year to year? And that's something that I've shared. We've had the privilege of having CMS built out as new. Jefferson Elementary School was renovated as new. Cranberry was a new school construction project. South Norwalk, as we're here right now, was another new school construction project. And PTEC and NHS are both underway. I won't bore you with those numbers, but they're immense. And then there are multiple celebrations and facilities, but another notable celebration is in our school safety. So when the superintendent first came, we established a safety task force. That safety task force revised the behavior interventions guide. They actually created a companion brochure that went with how is it that we do some tiered interventions. We've been able to do a tiered plan around increasing our safety infrastructure. The safety infrastructure improved us by like an additional 800 camera views alone. We did that mutual link across all 22 schools that connects us directly to first responders. And this year we're implementing the ambient AI, which allows us to do the weapons detection and other things that make.
Really?
Yeah,
Ambient,
Wow.
yeah, that's interesting.
yeah.
Ambient, say that again?
Ambient AI.
I know how to spell it. Ambient what?
AI.
Oh, AI.
Yeah, artificial intelligence
Oh,
within
okay.
our cameras. So we're actually building that out now. But notably, we've also like reduced our out of school suspensions. Our behavior incidences have gone down. Our NAOP program is now embedded into Future Ready. So just some things that have been super successful for us.
Do you want to give us some numbers about the reduced?
It'll come in my presentation if that's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
And then the other one is that we've been able to actually like partner not just with the Appleby Health Center, which is housed through HSC, which also does our mentors. But those we actually found here, which are the school-based health centers that had already been in place at Norwalk High and at Brian McMahon at the time. But now we've doubled the school-based health centers because we partnered with Norwalk Community Health Center. So now we have
Oh, you
school-based.
hadn't partnered before?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's
I
a new
thought,
partnership.
I did not know that. I thought it
Yeah.
was just expanded, but it was
No,
a new
it was a
partnership.
new partnership. We maintained our old partnership, and then we added a new partner to be able to actually have the providers that we needed because neither one of them had the capacity to do the number of school-based health center sites that we wanted. And so then with two partners, we've been able to actually double the number of our school-based health centers. Brian McMahon,
see.
Norwalk High, West Rocks, Ponis, CMS, Kendall, and the Family Center.
Yes, the Family Center.
So that's been a really big success. And I won't go over our equity goals, our equity work because Dr. Estrella already named that we underwent a huge equity audit at the start of her leadership here, and we'll hear more about that during my goals. But another notable thing is just our ability to have reduced our attendance.
Yeah, I know you
Our
focused on that.
absenteeism, I will go over that in our goals, but our district attendance team started also in 2019. So we will hear more about that later. But I'm gonna turn it over to Ralph, and he's gonna give you a recap since our strategic plan started, and then we'll go into the goals.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I tried to focus this in 3 different real buckets of items that we've been covering for the last 5 years, and really since Dr.
5 years.
Schwartz's been here.
Stretch, yeah. Okay.
So, at the start of her tenure, one of the things that's changed, that's pretty straightforward, but actually was a bit of work, was actually the way that we look at policy. So all of our policies were truly outdated. It was very hard to kind of get on top of them and actually keep them in place. Coming up with a new structure and a new system, which looks at partnering with making model policies and making sure that we're actually then looking at them and being able to update them on a regular basis, as well as looking at things like, instead of just having everything in policy, but having it in regulation so that actually you can make those modifications is really, really critical. So we've, changed that structure, and I think that that's been a real big success for Alex.
I'm just gonna have to, a bathroom break. I'm sorry. I could-
Oh, yes, absolutely. Please.
I'll be right
go
back.
through it. Yep.
Yeah, we'll
And
hold
keep-
off.
You could talk, I can, now.
Oh,
Where do
you're
you
gonna go
start?
down this hall, and almost to the cafeteria where you came from, you will see it on your left.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll be
Past
back
the
soon.
stairs, past the grand stairs.
Okay.
Is Ashley coming back, do we know, or did she leave for the evening?
She said she was
She's
coming
gonna go in.
I
back, I
think so.
thought,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think she said she had to leave
Yes.
for a while.
Mm-hmm.
How are you guys doing? How are you feeling?
We're okay. Yeah, we're okay. How are you doing?
I'm sure nobody ever asks you that, right? No one ever says, how are you guys doing?
You guys actually do.
Mhm.
So
It's
thank
been
you.
rough.
Yes, somebody else just was talking to us. I think the group prior to this talked to us a lot about the workflow. And, as it related to the goals and what is it that we have taken on and what have
Yes.
other team members taken on. So we spent actually a long time
Doing that?
talking about that. Yeah. How are you doing?
Good,
Yeah,
good.
okay, good.
Can't complain. Again, I'm still like, can't believe it, Greg, and I still think about that, because
I know.
we're gonna be having our joint meeting soon. And,
That's been-
it'll be very noticeable, because he and I, we would
I know.
connect, and kind of sketch out a little agenda, whatever, but,
Some
it
is,
is, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Whenever that happens, you think, gee, who's gonna be next? Because sometimes it happens in threes,
Oh,
so you're just like, oh my God, who's gonna, but
yeah.
anyway,
Yeah, but that's a big loss.
life goes on, I know. But
Yeah. a really
How's your
big
how's
loss.
your family? Is everybody's good?
Yeah, we have, we have the 3 kids.
Yeah.
So one is a junior.
In high school, obviously.
No.
Or you have a college?
Yeah.
I didn't realize you had 3. I
Yeah.
just thought you had 2.
No,
So
we
you
have
got
3.
you got a junior in college?
We got a 21-year-old junior in college. We
Or
have,
is she or?
she's at BU.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we have a middle child,
Mhm.
and he's a freshman
Yep.
at Iona,
Yep.
right here.
Oh, you got
And
2 in
then-
college at the same time? Yikes.
Oh,
Mm.
things have changed. And then we have the little one, and he's in
Right.
the 8th grade.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And what about you now? I know your
Yeah.
kids are
Grown.
all
Yeah, they're grown.
careering.
They're, actually one getting married in June 5th,
Really?
2027.
Really?
So I just put a
Is that the
depo-
lawyer one?
Yes.
Really?
I just put a deposit down on a venue in Chicago. and-
So he's feeling how I'm feeling.
You're
Yeah.
feeling the pinch.
Yes.
Yes, it's like college tuition all over again. Oh, my God.
It just never ends. It just when you think you're weaning them off the parent payroll, right?
Yes.
And here comes that big one.
Yeah, I know.
So that's your youngest?
That's my oldest.
That's your oldest, okay.
Yes, the youngest one is actually, she graduated from McGill about 2 years ago,
Okay.
a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
And is working at KPMG as an AI computer programmer.
wow, good.
So that's what
Good.
she does for a living.
Good.
She was a computer engineer.
And she's local,
She
Right.
is, she works in Manhattan,
Okay.
lives in Brooklyn.
Okay.
and Yeah,
okay.
so it's kind of nice to be able to see her every once in a while, even
Right.
though she's traveling now a little more. She just,
Right.
she just told us, like, I think her next project that she's hoping to be on,
Yeah.
she may be in India for a while,
Oh,
so,
wow.
yeah.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah.
That would be, oh my
That'd be a nice
goodness.
trip.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
We waited.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
all ears.
So besides policy,
Yeah.
one of the other areas, obviously, just a broad base from digital learning. When we started, you know, a number of years ago, the first thing that Dr. Estrella talked to me about was actually getting involved with Digital Promise. And when we did,
Oh,
we
she
were-
knew about that first, is that?
Yes, no, definitely.
Wow, that was a
She
long
said,
time ago.
you need to get this started. And so we applied, we ended up getting 3 schools into a cohort, our first 3 middle schools.
Right.
And then 2 years later, we grew that to becoming, we were able to apply for the rest of our schools, grades 6 through 12. We are now the largest, I believe, the way that it would work, is like the easiest way to explain it is, we're the largest systemic district, probably nationally, that has a 6 through 12 initiative with Digital Promise. Meaning that you may have a district that has 3,000 kids,
Right.
they have a middle and a high school that, just one that's in it, or you have something on the other end, like Chicago Public Schools,
Right. It's
which
big.
will have 100 schools in there, but it's still not systemic.
Right.
We're really the ones that are probably the largest systemic version, and we've been really working with them on how do you kind of scale and create sustainability. So really that, you know, part and parcel with Dr. Estrella, that 5 years ago didn't even exist, and now we've actually developed it. It's more than technology, it's really truly an equity issue is what it is.
It is.
More than anything
It
else.
is.
And how we've been able to push that forward. So, you know, our programs with Digital Promise are one of the biggest growing areas that I think we've had. We've also, along with that though, to really look at digital learning, when Dr. Schrader came into the district, we had 4 certified library media specialists for the whole district. Now every school has a certified library media specialist. We had a department, and we're able to actually then really make change and develop curriculum and instruction for students around digital citizenship, around understanding how to be able to use resources effectively to be able to learn. And so that's really been exciting. And we've also implemented digital learning coaches. So all of those different things are things that have been growing and been able to create really truly a digital learning sustaining environment that we've had now in place. Included with that, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later, is AI. And that initiative, along how we've been able to embed it with our Portrait of a Graduate, and really looking at how are we building these programs and these verticals for everybody to learn, is something that I'll mention a little later. And then finally, something that, you know, looking over the last 5 years of growth, you know, coming out of COVID, we actually developed something called our Twilight program, which was
love
focused
that.
around just students that really needed, you know, needed to work and needed another means of being able to kind of get their education. Since then, though, we've realized that we built a program in partnership with Sandra, and actually building in our NAOP program, looking at other needs that we had over the years, which were, for a couple of years, a virtual school. All of those different pieces, the programs moved from just being what Twilight was, to being able to be a program that meets the needs of kids where they are at that
Meet
time.
and where they are.
Yes, and to continually do that. And that's really, the program will always continue to morph in that format. So I'll talk more about the program in just a little bit, but it really has raised our graduation rates. It has actually also just changed the lives of these students that are in the program so that they can be
Yes.
successful. So
I've
those-
seen
those are
their,
some of-
their parents, their grandparents, their little brothers and sisters just cartwheels with excitement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First one graduating from American high schools. Lots of stories.
Yes.
So we're gonna pivot and give you how we ended the school year. And one of the goals that I had for us, that you would see, like if you were to rewind back to when we did our mid-year, one of the goals was around our facilities. Now, the facilities goal was to develop a calendar and a financial plan for the Tier 1 projects in collaboration with the city. This is when I talk about the Tier 1, as I talk about the feasibility study. We had taken that study and we tiered the schools in order of priority. And we did that with the city. So we did not do that on our own. We used the study, and the city actually used our resource, which was this feasibility study, to actually plan out which schools we would start to tackle and which projects, like the HVAC projects and such. So if you look at what we've been able to accomplish, we've been able to accomplish this long-term facilities plan. It's guided a lot of our ask for our capital improvements. We will have, it says fall occupancy for the Sono School, where we obviously met that goal because we're here.
Right.
And we are still on track for the Norwalk High P-Tech construction project, and that's come a long way. We have made great improvements in the HVAC area by applying with the city for those grants that allowed us to have the sites that you will see there on the side to be able to improve their air conditioning. And we also started something called the IAQ, which is the Indoor Air Quality Tools for Schools, which was a government mandate from the State Department. And we were able to meet the mandate that was set for last December with an expansion of that program for this year. Some additional accomplishments that we don't often talk about, but that you should be aware of, is the increase to healthcare that I mentioned a little while ago. Securing additional licenses for our school-based health center. We're piloting a dental care program at Jefferson Elementary School that if they have enough students that
Really?
participate, that we would be able to replicate that in other places.
Dental care.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we did an anti-bullying
And
camp.
that includes it for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's through our partnership with Norwalk Community Health Center. They have been
they've done
an
that too.
amazing partnership because they seek out grants that we can't apply for, but
Right.
they can apply for
And
them.
you can partner
And then we partner and they
Partner, and they give the service to
Yes.
you.
Doing
and
them
they keep the resources, but they give us the service.
They give us the service.
Which
Wow,
has
that
been
is a
amazing.
great thing.
Yes, amazing. And so those are some of the things. They also had secured a grant for an anti-bullying campaign. This anti-bullying campaign was unveiled at the Family Center, School-Based Health Center, and I think some of you attended, but you could see some of the billboards around the city.
Yes, I see. And on the buses.
Yeah, and we have the mutual link, which allows us to communicate directly with first responders in case of an emergency. Has been installed at 22 locations. All of our locations have them. The South Norwalk School has opened, and the other projects are on schedule.
It's a busy place because we partnered with the Norwalk Community Health Center too with my job, the Women's Mentoring Network. We went there, and let me tell you, they are a busy.
They're
People waiting. I mean, it is tremendous.
And so they're glad for the
Right, yeah, they
locations
are,
because it actually starts to relieve
Right.
some of the
they-
demand at their
Honestly,
Connecticut Avenue.
They need a bigger space. I
Yeah.
remember when they were on Water
Wow.
Street and they moved there, they've just about outgrown this space. Did you all know that Darlene Young was one of the founders of the Norwalk Community?
Yes,
You know that,
yes,
right?
I did know that.
And she's still on
And
the
she's still
board.
on it, and I think she also was one of the people that ended up hiring their CEO,
She did,
Kenneth Waller.
She did.
Yes.
She did. But it's interesting, when I was there the other day, they gave me a tour, and there's pictures of them up there, but Darlene's picture's not there.
Oh.
And
No.
she said, you know, I asked her about putting a picture, and she just said that she's just kind of a private person. I'm like, she should be up there.
Oh,
And I thought that was so
absolutely.
interesting,
Yeah.
that she wouldn't want a picture up there.
Yes.
You know?
That is
We don't-
Yeah,
interesting.
very interesting.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, she should be up there, but anyway,
But thank you, yeah.
yeah.
And then I'm gonna turn it over
Yeah.
to Ralph, and then he'll toggle back to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, one of the initiatives that I talked earlier about that we've kind of grown over the last 5 years is really around AI. So we've talked about digital learning. We've spent a lot of time talking about digital promise in our partnership with our one-to-one initiative and we're working around digital equity. But this past year, we spent a lot of time really working on AI.
Yes, you
And
did.
actually looking at a comprehensive plan that really touches all of our stakeholders. So we started with a policy, we started developing guidelines, we developed an AI advisory board, we developed professional learning tracks for every different vertical in our really environment. So, meaning that we did some work with the board at different board meetings to train and teach you a little bit more about what we're doing. We've done the same thing at the cabinet level by bringing in sometimes some of our even local resources like at Advance to be able to work with us. We've done the same thing with our building leaders. Starting in last February, we actually were working with building leaders at every one of their principals meeting. There was a component of AI that was actually embedded into the work that they were doing at their workshops. At the end of the year, after they became more familiar with what tools were there, we knew that we wanted to actually start looking at pilot studies this coming year. And so what we decided on is we had 4 platforms for them to choose from. And with those 4 platforms, they were given licensing for their teachers. But the goal with that this year is to really look at impact. So we're actually now starting to try and figure out ways of measuring how are you going to be using AI to be able to meet either your portrait of a graduate goals or school improvement goals, and what does that look like in your schools? So and our coaches have been actually supporting them in this process, and we'll be sharing that data throughout the year as we start to gather that and stuff and start to show and develop metrics around really impact and how we can use the tools. But those programs, those platforms have now just been put into place, so we're really, really excited about moving that forward.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Just,
You want to name what you didn't get to, but you will get to this year? You did
Oh,
that with the
yes.
other group,
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. One of the things we didn't do this year, and that's why I put this down as in progress, is actually working on more security for adults, meaning phishing software. So we do have an online program for that. Literally, it came down to the fact that we just couldn't find the time to deliver that to staff with everything else that was going on. But that is an initiative that we'll have in place for this year, and make sure that we continue with that. I think there was one other thing with AI that I did want to kind of talk about, besides our professional learning tracks and the pilot. I think that's it.
yeah, I mean, this is just such a thriving in one way, but just so present for everybody. What is AI? How can it be used? How can we prevent it from being harmful?
Yeah.
How can we use its best? And just to throw in here, one of my nephews just graduated from Michigan, and he's going to Harvard. And part of what his work is going to be is exactly this security for AI, security for us humans from AI.
Yes.
That's what his.
And this year,
And maybe we'll see what he has to say.
The one thing I did forget to mention is this year, our focus is really going to be around parental engagement and responsible use. We've actually built a full guidebook that we're using now for student and teacher-facing guidelines.
We have a guidebook on this?
We have developed a draft guidebook that we're releasing now, so yeah, definitely.
The scary thing is around how AI can purport to make it look like it's you when it's not.
Oh, yes,
Because if you think
absolutely.
about all of us at the meetings, our videos, we're all up there,
Oh,
right?
yes,
So somebody,
like your image,
right, so somebody
voice.
who had bad will, right, could certainly, I don't know, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
No, the best thing we can do is help to teach people
How to
how
detect.
to, yes,
How to
exactly.
What to
What's
look for,
fake.
yeah, what to look for.
Exactly.
And there are things that you look for,
Yes.
so
To know
that's,
that
it's
it's-
just about
Yes.
educating.
Yeah,
Right, 'cause you hear
and that's
about
part of
these
AI
stories.
literacy.
Yes,
too,
absolutely.
which we're incorporating and embedding in the portrait of a graduate.
I like that. I talk about braiding,
Yeah.
portrait of a graduate and AI.
Yes.
That makes
And,
so
and I'll touch
sense.
upon that when I
'Cause
talk about the portrait of the graduate
The
work.
critical thinker that we're
Yeah.
developing
Absolutely,
in the children and in us.
yes.
We talked a little bit about Twilight, and so we're really, really successful this year. We graduated another 27 students. Well, excuse me, 30, I should say 38. We graduated 11 back in January, and then we graduated another
Yes.
27 in June and August. So really, really successful year. From a statistical standpoint, our graduation rate, if you want to look at it, as either grew by 3%, or if we didn't have the program, it would have dropped by 3%. So it really did make truly a big impact on how we were able to, be able to meet these students' needs moving forward. Some of the things that we changed, like I said, it changes from year to year based on our needs. We realized that the virtual school really didn't make a lot of sense for this coming year from a financial standpoint, as well as there wasn't a need for as many students with this. So we were able to meet the needs of the couple of students that did need that environment, but they actually wanted to come back in. So the 3 or 4 that were left were the remaining ones that were in 11th grade going into 12th have now become part of what we call our AM cohort. So now we have actually 2 cohorts of, I guess we can't call it twilight anymore because it's really not twilight if they're coming to school during the day.
Yeah.
But it's, from 10 to 2 and 2:30 to 6:30. It's project-based learning. It's based around the semester or college-based models. So students take 4 courses at a time, and they take another 4 courses. So for a lot of these students, they can see the finish line pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So
So
that
is
they
the
can actually
AM, does it go into regular classes or it's separate?
It's actually, there's a 10 to 2,
It's like 2 shifts.
2 shifts.
And they're in person, this is.
They're in
Yes.
person. They are in person.
They're located now at 46
46
Concord.
Concord.
Right, that's, okay.
Yep. So the whole second
Oh,
floor
the
is
whole
actually
second floor
for,
of Concord.
along with NAIOP. What we've been able to
Ah,
do too,
okay.
we have now started actually integrating NAIOP students into the 10 to 2 slots. So they're getting full
10 to
live
2.
instruction, as they move forward with this. And it's a nice, easy transition when they need
Yeah.
to.
I didn't know that they had been moved already to
Yeah.
I
Concord.
know we talked about that, so now
Yeah,
that the school is
and
open.
that's
right,
actually
so,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Second floor.
Second floor.
So we are really, really excited about that. And we've been focused more on project-based learning too, which has really worked and been successful for these students.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're gonna keep that because the city was talking about.
Oh,
we
yes,
heard
we
about
are,
that.
we have
We
big
love it.
plans for that
Yeah.
because the family
Yeah.
center is supposed to be moving there also.
Yes.
So we will be,
Is that a
Folks-
for sure?
Folks
oh,
were-
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Folks were trying to get senior housing in there, you heard about that, right?
Mhm.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Do you need me to do it?
No.
You got it, okay.
Yeah. So, and then, the last goal that I really wanted to talk about today, the bigger goals, is how we actually looked at, this is really a
Yes.
partnership with Sandra's department and Kimberly around looking at the portrait of a graduate, looking at the skills that we talked about, especially the competency we talked about last year a lot, which was critical thinking.
Critical thinking.
And how are we able to use tools like AI and digital learning as a through line into that, so that then it's not an extra thing that's being left on the side or siloed. It's actually focused around that same North Star of our portrait of a graduate, making sure that we meet those needs. So we were able to design AI-based resources for teachers to use to be able to teach critical thinking.
Yeah.
We integrated it to our portrait of a graduate competencies. We've been working with Digital Promise around this, and in October, Kimberly and I will be presenting in New Orleans at a national
Oh, really?
conference.
In
Yes.
October?
About, yes. in
What's
end
the
of-
date?
At the end of October. I think it's the last week of October. I don't
Last
know the
week,
exact
okay.
date. I know it's on a Monday.
Second to last week, I'll be at the Head of the Charles, so I was just
Oh.
wondering if I go to New Orleans to see you guys.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a national conference for online learning.
Yes.
But we're gonna be presenting around how do you align and have a tool like a portrait of a graduate and AI literacy as well as digital learning and stuff. How does that kind of get embedded? And how are we able to do this? So we're really excited about that. And then we also offer a lot of coaching in this area too. The digital learning coaches, as you saw them at the board meetings, they do that with really every vertical moving forward. So we're really, really excited.
Do you know if our suburban districts are doing similar things like this, just as a talking point when people like New
So-
Canaan and Darien, do you know if they're doing any of this
So
stuff?
so from what I understand, and I'll just put this out there, and then move on to the next thing.
But referring to which, the portrait of the graduate or the AI?
Both,
Both.
both,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I think there's versions of portrait of a graduate, portrait of a learner in a
Okay.
lot
Yeah.
of different
Okay,
districts.
they
but-
just have called something different, okay, all right,
Yes,
okay,
But I think it's actually, the way that we're approaching it is very different
okay.
yeah.
than other places are. And we also have actually embedded our equity initiatives as well
Yes.
as technical initiatives, which is something that you may not see in other places.
Right,
A couple weeks ago, I presented at a state conference, really for municipal government around.
In Connecticut?
Yeah,
State.
yeah, up in Hartford.
Connecticut State.
really I was like sitting there with the DPW and others to be able to talk about how are you integrating AI into your vertical. And for me, I was there for the educational piece.
Right.
At the end of the conference, I actually was approached by one of our community colleges here in the state that actually has a big online learning component. And when I explained to them the plan of what we've done with professional learning, what we've done with policy, what we've done across the board with AI and developing this guidebook, which I shared with them, the draft of it. They actually approached me, and I know that Dr. Stray and I are going to be talking to them. They said, well, you know, we've been looking for anybody in Connecticut that's actually done this type of work, and from what I can tell, you know, and then once again, it's just from one community college that's actually focused on this and has funding to be able to help build professional learning paths.
Wow.
There's only one other district that's a tiny little district that actually is anywhere close to where we are in what we've been able to move forward. And now they want to kind of talk to us about, you know, could we actually partner a little bit around developing credentialing maybe for some of our staff and stuff. So to answer your question, I think we are actually
Leaders.
Yes,
leading in
and
this area.
you're being modest because even Irene Parisi, who oversees curriculum for the entire state of Connecticut, joined Ralph in one of his professional learnings and has reached out to the superintendent about the work that we're doing here.
That's good.
Yeah.
And when Ralph attended something that the state was doing, we were so much further ahead than everybody else that was in attendance that it didn't actually make sense for us to be a part of that cohort.
That's interesting.
Which is a
Good.
pilot that they had actually.
Yes, like we were ahead of their pilot.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah.
the same like with your
I believe
Verizon
it.
initiative, or any of this, just, are we
Correct.
the only ones,
We are
the only
in
ones
Connecticut.
doing that?
Correct.
Right,
We're the only
okay.
ones
Yes.
in
That's
Connecticut.
good to know.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
My arsenal, you know.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is where
No,
we
gather.
are out there
We will.
talking good things that happen
I'm
because
thinking
they're
about my walk card, you know?
yes, I'm thinking about my walk card too, like how we present all the good
We're
things
being
we're
time
doing.
checked, so you need to
Oh.
keep, yes.
Keep
Just a
us-
couple of things.
No, well,
Policy,
is what I was
we
talking
actually
about.
developed a lot of new policies. So, the one that's gonna come out in September is our cell phone policy now, so you guys will be receiving the final draft, and we've got over 1,200 parents to respond to our survey.
And kids
Yep,
and teachers,
yes, definitely.
everyone is
Every
responding because
stakeholder.
this is a very broad-based policy.
Great.
Oops, going in the other direction. That is not what I meant to do. Okay, one of the goals that I want to bring us back to is the portrait of the graduate. And I think that we really just, the implementation that Kimberly has led, Dr. Erickson has led in that has just been stellar. Like we have been asked to write a white paper with Digital Promise. The Digital Promise has highlighted us in multiple ways because of the implementation. Because we have been able to go from what we say, from poster to practice, right? So this is not just something that people are looking at as this is the portrait of the graduate and these are our competencies. What we've been able to actually do is not only get feedback from all stakeholder groups, from students, from families, from staff, but we've actually embedded staff in terms of our planning. We had the staff, we had a cohort of teachers that the Digital Promise paid for a stipend for them to join after work.
After work.
And actually develop assessments for us to be able to see how are we doing with critical thinking after we've initiated those competencies and those tasks, and we've normed around those competencies, and that one being the critical thinker. We're starting phase 2, and we actually kicked off a lot of training for phase 2, and phase 2 will be,
Communication.
it will be deepening the critical thinking portion, and within deepening that critical thinker, we're going to start to layer in effective communicator. A great way to do that is to student discourse, and another way is to embedding reflection, right? And so then making sure that as you are bringing on a competency, that you're not just forgetting the other ones, but that you're deepening whatever we have already established a norm around, and then you layer in the next one. And as we think ahead, we think about like, what are we going to be building up to? So you're always sort of bookending, like what have we just done and how do we deepen that? And what do we have to look ahead and replicate the same system that we did for Critical Thinker with the teachers and with curriculum and with our walkthroughs to make sure that we have a successful implementation and always embedding these AI tools in everything that we do. And for another thing that has been really successful is that we had a presentation that was given to us by the Dalio Foundation on disengaged youth.
I remember that.
And one of the highlights for that is the importance of on track by the end of grade 9. And what that does is making sure that our students have the appropriate credits by the end of grade 9, which are the 6 credits by the end of grade 9, but it has to be in certain courses. And how can you tell that? So how can we just look at our grade 9 students and be able to see, like, are they on track or not? Because it is critical that they be on track for their next 3 years, success within their next 3 years. Students that have dropped out are often not on track by the end of grade 9, which was what that whole report on disengaged youth. We were able to build out a tool with the help of RISE that actually tells us not just the number of credits that students have, but are those credits in the right places? And it allows us to intervene early if we start to notice that students are off track. And that was something that was available, not available to us prior to this initiative. Before that, you could look and you could see the number of kids, but you would have to look at each kid's schedule to actually see, like, are the classes that they needed. Now you could just look at a dashboard and you could see, like, are we on track or not as a district?
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
And was that Norwalk Acts, did that help you with that, or?
No, this was separate. This was the RISE network.
RISE Network.
Yes. Of course, we are very proud of our My Brother's Keeper, My Sister's Keeper work. We have 39 mentors. We had 228 students participate. The goal was to start to see, how do we keep track of these students and how do we keep track of students that we are targeting with certain initiatives? And we used MBK and MSK as our guinea pig for, if we created data, how do we use that data to assess how well our strategies are impacting those students? And the goal that we wanted is to increase their sense of belonging. Now, we have qualitative data and quantitative data. So their qualitative data, we have interviews, surveys, all sorts of stuff. But then we actually started to keep quantitative data, how they're answering their panorama surveys, what their absenteeism is, if there are any incidences that are reported. And so we've been able to actually track and see, like, are these students, is the program having an impact on these students versus if they were not? Or peers, they're like peers, like Black and brown children that are not in these groups, and how do they compare to one another? So we were able to actually do that. And our data dashboards is something that the superintendent was able to actually get philanthropic dollars to secure 2 Harvard fellows to build out those dashboards, and one of them was Alden Burnham.
Alden is leaving us?
Yes, he is. And so then, as of last January, we had 12,200 dashboard views. This is about 36.4 views per day, which is pretty amazing that many people would be looking at data on a single day. And just, you know, what that work
really
does, like if you wanted
cool.
to see what your chronic absenteeism is, or the number of incidences, or if you just wanted to look up one kid and see all that data as it relates to one student.
You could look up a kid,
Yeah.
but who?
You could drill down. There are teachers. There's staff.
Teachers, it's
There's
just
people who have,
teachers.
it's licensed.
Yes.
It's
so
only
not-
in-house. Now,
Okay.
we do have exterior facing dashboard. This is the public facing dashboard that's
Okay.
accessible to anyone. So anyone could go on our website, and we created a dashboard that has our chronic absenteeism data, that has the number of suspensions and, hi, come on in,
There's
and
all this
incidences.
Information and you got. the
Our
people-
enrollment, just information that people need. And so this now was something that we created last year that's public facing, because the other one's internal, because you could drill down to the student. But now we have an external one.
And that was from Alden's work?
Yes,
And
in collaboration with the communications department.
collaborating with the communications, and
This
that was
one.
paid for philanthropically
Well,
And that
Alden
grants-
was, but this is his work, yes, through grants.
through grants. And that grant stopped, is it, or he just
Well,
was leaving for another reason?
Yeah, that's for another reason. Those funds were given to us to bring on those Harvard fellows, and at the end of the 2 years, our agreement was that we would then fund them on our own.
I see.
They got us started.
And how many years did we fund them on our own?
Oh, this is the first year.
That we're funding on
Yep,
our own?
we put them in another grant, but yes, okay.
So this work is gonna continue with all
Oh,
the
it's, there's parts of this work that are going to continue with Alden gone, and then other parts we've dispersed to other members. Great efforts made in our equity efforts, just really, every school had an equity team, every school had an equity lead. Those equity leads attended monthly meetings, quarterly meetings with Paul. Paul trained them, and then Paul actually went to schools and provided training at the schools. We noticed that there are some schools that are further along than others. That's not new, but all schools have participated in equity work. They've established equity goals, and overall, there's been over 12 trainings across the district through last year. So almost one a month, if you were to look at that way. But the equity leads really came together, and we have such great data from their surveys on their experience with Paul, and then in turnkeying some of that training to their respective schools. Another one was Dr. Fergus is still with us. Dr. Estrella named the audit that he has done. He's supposed to do another checkpoint, so he will be embarking in that work this year. But what he did is in those walkthroughs at the school, he was really looking as to how they're doing towards their equity goals. So really just assessing. So his part is more, so Paul is more on the personal part, personal bias, personal, how do you have courageous conversations and building that training. Dr. Fergus and their team is more on the institutional part. How are we doing as an institute, and what are the things, where are the gaps, and where have we made some gains? And what policies do we need to change, or what things should we be looking at?
And that work is still grant funded?
Yes,
Awesome. And
Yeah.
we still have that grant?
yes, we do.
Is that federal or what kind
That's a state grant, and it's the Alliance grant.
Well, that's
Alliance
part of
and
the
Priority-
Alliance
Mhm,
grant.
And the
Oh.
Priority Schools grant.
Is that one that can be clawed back at some time? You just never know.
You never know, but so far we have it, yeah, so far we have it. This was something I think that Rob's team went over, and the reason why, it's because we partnered with Rob's team this year. We actually lost that staff member, so it's something that we've talked about, how are we gonna maintain some of that momentum? Because our school preparedness coordinator, our school safety coordinator, had partnered with Robin Gredinger, who was the centralized person that oversaw social work and SEL.
We've
Yeah,
lost
we
her.
have.
Because she was with a grant.
She was with a
We
grant.
Did not have a way to.
No, that grant,
incorporate
yeah, we lost the grant.
Weren't able to get her.
We didn't lose the grant, the grant ended.
yeah,
It
sorry, that's what I meant.
ended, yeah.
Sorry.
It wasn't like somehow the grant ended.
They're not forever.
Sorry.
They're
No,
not
they're not
forever.
forever, and then it's hard to sometimes to absorb some of that work in your local budget, as you know. But just notably, that work has led to some incredible numbers. We have an 11.4% decrease in our suspension and expulsion
Wow.
last year. Brian McMahon had a 14.4% decrease overall in incidences. West Rocks had a 34.5 decrease overall in incidences last year
And they were
compared to the
having-
year before.
And they were having some challenges.
Yeah, well, they were
Do you
having
remember a
some
few years ago?
major challenges.
So they have become
Major.
such a Cinderella story.
Yes.
And then if you look there, that's their school, that's their staff school safety results. And the Panorama survey went up by 54%.
Yeah.
So that's the
54 points, not
the
percent.
staff assessment.
Yes,
Of how safe the school is.
from the previous year.
Yes.
If
So
you
that
can
was
imagine.
radical, and that was back to your
Radical.
theme of belonging.
Back to the theme of belonging, but
Belonging.
also that partnership about not just what do you do once a behavior occurs, but how do you become proactive and changing behaviors, which a lot of times does start with the adults and
Yes.
supporting adults. And so that was the work that we had partnered with Rob's team.
It was, you know, just a remarkable year
This
for
is all-
West Rocks.
This is all Rob's, my apologies. And just another thing for us to note, we had an increase in favorable responses on the Panorama survey for school safety across all stakeholders, across all grades, from students to staff to families, which I think was such a big accomplishment last year.
Wow.
Our chronic absenteeism, when I had looked and done this presentation, was 16.55, but it's actually 17%. And it's not below the states, but it's on par with the state. And, you know, our demographics are so different than the state that for us
Absolutely.
to actually achieve that is a major goal for us. Last year was 20%, so we went down again. Our out-of-school suspensions have decreased for 3 consecutive years, and we're down 12.8% compared to last year. And there was a 16% reduction in incidents amongst Black students, and a 6.5% reduction amongst students that have an IEP, which are the 2 target areas for
Two
us.
target areas.
So just really just proud of what the teams have been able to accomplish.
That's good.
She's coming for us.
She's coming
And
for
that's
us.
it.
Thank you, guys, it was good, good stuff.
Boy, I mean, just amazing, tough
Ready?
things. Time?
So goal 1 and goal 6 are our 2 focus areas that we'll talk about tonight.
All right, but we're in station 3, right?
We're at station 1, aren't we?
Station 1.
Oh, we're station 1?
Station 1.
Oh, I see it. Okay, goal 1 and goal 6. Okay.
So the first component is really tied to creating critical thinkers in the portrait of a graduate, which I'm sure you will hear throughout the night, because everybody is interconnected to the portrait of a graduate. In our department, the focus was really centered around creating critical thinking tasks into our curricula. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. And then the second component is professional development. I think professional development is really crucial because it's what brings everything together. And we'll talk a little bit about that piece. And then we're going to talk about the expansion of our certification courses that is really providing our college course partnership with CT State Norwalk and having more students to be able to enroll in different classes. And our goal was really to go from 2 years ago we had 54 students participate, and we wanted to get to 100. So what we ended up working on in our critical thinking group is we actually tagged over 300 tasks as critical thinking tasks into our math, ELA, and social studies curriculum. And that was a big undertaking by the team, but it was really this, we want to make sure everything's interconnected, and so as we were rolling out the portrait of a graduate and the critical thinking task, having it be interconnected with everything that we're doing, I think is essential. And so there's professional development for principals, assistant principals, coaches, teachers, but also making sure that everything that we're doing brings it back to Portrait of a Graduate. And so when teachers are going through the curricula, they're actually seeing critical thinking tasks with the little Portrait of a Graduate logo right in the curriculum. So it's that interconnected piece. We did a lot of work in social studies. We had 35 different inquiries, and it just shifts this idea from teaching the content to really being focused in on creating critical thinking opportunities. An example would be you could teach everything about World War I, but it had a question such as, was World War I inevitable? And so they're taking the different pieces and then they're deciding, yes, it's inevitable because they had alliances, and once it started to fall, everyone partnered with their alliances and World War I broke out. Or they're saying, no, at any given time, Archduke Franz Ferdinand didn't have to be assassinated, this could have happened, this could have happened, they didn't, and it could have been avoided through peace talks. And so like they're taking a stance, using some of the content, but really this idea of critical thinking through and taking a stance on one of those pieces.
Versus just like having information thrown at you. And
Correct.
Then you're like we used to learn.
Correct.
Learn.
Yes.
Which was like,
100%.
just study it, commit it to memory, take the
Memorize it.
test, and then
Yes,
dump
you
it.
got it. Take the
Right?
test and then you're
Isn't
done.
that how we did it?
Correct.
That's how I did it.
And then the last piece, if you remember from last year, we talked a lot about middle school science. And when we looked at, I think it was in our summer retreat, we saw our science scores had a little bit of a dip, and there were questions around, well, why the dip? And we were talking about how we were rolling out a brand new curriculum, and we piloted it in 4 middle schools last year, and it really had student-centered instruction with critical thinking tasks, and teachers provided a lot of positive feedback, and the data is really, really positive. So like when we talk about like curriculum matters. And so this was our focus of last year. I think it's an important piece. When we look at professional development, there's been a lot of professional development that we have offered throughout the district. In math, building thinking classrooms. A lot of teachers have vertical whiteboards in their room now, and students are going and they're problem solving and critically thinking together as they're working through problems. But we provided that training, the middle school science. But then also we've partnered with the art space. They have a resident art teacher who actually works with our art staff to provide professional learning. And so that has also been a positive experience for our teachers. And then all of our elementary schools, if you remember 2 years ago, they started to participate in the science of reading training. And so that training concluded last year. So they went through 5 modules 2 years ago, and then another 5 modules this year. And that's really just building the science of reading capacity for our educators. So, like I said, our goal was really about providing high quality professional development. We've also had, this summer, we had great professional learning opportunities, and we've already started our professional learning this year, really linked to two big things. All of our professional learning is linked to the Portrait of a Graduate or the Literacy Vision, because everything needs to be connected. You have to make the thing, and those are our 2 things that we focus on. I do think it's important to say that if we were to go back to 2021, there really wasn't a strong curriculum in place. It was in 2021, we implemented Wonders in elementary school. In 2023, the state came out and said that every district has to have a literacy program that's one of these 6. And so it was a big deal in Connecticut. A lot of districts had to switch, but we already made that switch in 2021. So that was wonderful. We had We went to IM, illustrative math for mathematics, which is a high-quality instructional material for mathematics. Wonders is HQIM for literacy. We also, at that time, we didn't have literacy coaches and math coaches. We implemented coaches across the district. We also put in reading and writing improvement teachers and math improvement teachers. So there was a lot of core decisions that are leading to some of the successes. Like, our coaches are really integral in supporting the curriculum implementation in our schools. And so those are just some of the pieces that, if we're looking back, last year we implemented our literacy vision, and we went through and selected high quality instructional materials for middle school and high school. So all of our middle schools are implementing Study Sync this year, and our high schools are using Odell. So besides that, we've also updated things that weren't updated for a long time. We have a brand new health curricula. The PE curriculum was done in 2023, and that was the first time that that was done since 2002.
Oh my gosh.
So there's been a really strategic effort to update our curriculum in many areas. And so that's something that we're doing continually. We're constantly looking at how can we improve what we have in place, but just really trying to be strategic as we are going through and adding some of these pieces. Any questions around the critical thinking or professional development?
So this is like everything that we've done, and are we going to be able to keep doing all the things that we've done, or any of these programs like cut or at risk or reduced or?
Everybody has picked up different pieces.
So all these things, all these bullet points, we're going to keep?
We are, but I'll give you an example. So over the last 4 years, we did not, or 5 years, we didn't have a strong SRBI system, scientific research-based intervention. In 2021, we added an ed administrator for SRBI. We added in 30 to 40 interventionists, improvement teachers. And we wrote an SRBI manual. We selected intervention materials. And we have slowly rolled out those systems and structures. This past year, we added in behavior interventions. So like every year, we've been able to improve. We no longer have that role in the organization. Now, members of the curriculum team have taken on SRBI. So the work is continuing, but
it's being spread out.
It's being spread out.
Yeah, okay.
Because if I'm an ed admin of humanities, and I'm working on writing curriculum and I'm supporting schools, but I'm also overseeing SRBI and supporting that work. It's just adding more. We had someone who was overseeing gifted and talented in the arts. So someone else has picked up supporting gifted and talented.
Right, we heard that.
I'm supporting the arts. And so like everybody is pitching in.
Yeah.
So the answer, the short answer is yes, because like we have to offer our art teachers high quality professional learning.
Right.
We have to offer our music teachers high quality professional learning. But it's just people have added more, and so it's just stretching. So the answer is that it's not going away because the work has to continue.
Right.
But as you stretch out, you don't have the bandwidth. Yeah, correct.
How's the feedback? How's the PD feedback?
So from this year, starting this year, we had August 21st was our district-wide professional learning day, and we had 460 teachers complete the survey. And out of that survey, it was 89% positive, and another 7% that was neutral. So really only 4% of those 460 gave a lower feedback, but I still wonder because it's a 1 through 5.
Yeah.
Some say 1, but then everything you read is really positive. So I'm like, maybe they thought 1 was good. So just something to,
Right.
just a wondering, but still extremely positive feedback. It's something every time we give professional learning, we are collecting feedback because it's about continuous improvement. And so that's something that we're constantly looking and trying to adjust. We get feedback from our teachers around things that they need, and then we try to target and we try to offer differentiated learning as well, because what you may need, Janine, is different than what Kara needs. So it's constantly looking for those opportunities. Our next PD day is October 14th. But it's something we build out a plan, and all of our PD this year, like I said, literacy vision or portrait of a graduate. So whatever session you're leading, it's linking back to, so like our art PD this year was really dedicated to, because our focus is effective communicator on the portrait of a graduate, it's communication through art. And so everything that they were working on had that link and connection.
Got it.
So I'm going to move to the work that we've done around school counseling and career pathways. And this has been a big project over the last 4 years. I think the admin of workforce development and counseling started working with workforce development in 2021, and there's been a lot of pieces that have been put in place. So one of them is we give a junior-senior survey that really tracks their post-secondary plans so that we can best support them. And so we give it multiple times throughout the year to see how it shifts. So this was the junior survey data. These are our current senior.
Okay.
And 58% have plans for a 4-year college. In May, you can see how it shifted. In February, we had 11% of students who didn't have an idea of what they wanted, and then it was down to 3%, which is really good. And we can see our trade and technical schools went from 8 to 11%. So how are we supporting them as they're looking to go to a trade and technical school? So it's giving us data. It's allowing our counseling department to support students. It's allowing really that team to be able to create plans and to provide that level of support. The other piece is that we have developmental guidance lessons. Last year we had them in grades K through 2 and then in 6th and 7th grade. This year those plans have expanded. It's K through 3 and now it's in K through 8, because every summer they have been adding a new grade level so that our counselors are providing some of these lessons throughout the year. We've done a lot of work on career pathways, and you can see some of our data from last year around school safety, school climate. We're seeing increases, positive scores increases on our panorama survey that we give in March.
That's great.
I think we've talked a lot about our school counselors and really being able, because if I were to go back to 2021, there was a lot of conversation around some students seeing counselors, some students not seeing counselors, and one of the projects that we've been able to implement is that all school counselors are checking in 3 times a year, and that we collect the data on that, and our counselors are checking in on scheduling and making sure they're taking the right courses and how students are doing and thinking about those levels and those pieces. And so that has been a big lift, but also giving us positive results around taking the right courses, because in high school, we have a program of study, you have to meet certain requirements to graduate. And when you're a senior, you shouldn't get to become a senior and say, oh no, I need to take 2 PE classes my senior year, or I only have 2 math credits, I need to take 2 math credits this year. And so if we can avoid that by effectively scheduling and being able to support students with those courses, I think it's been really beneficial. And last year, we rolled it out to our 8th grade. So that work was a big lift in our high schools, but now we've rolled it out
So they became like accustomed to that.
we've rolled it out in middle school as well, so that
Yeah,
we're
makes
building
sense.
that
Groundwork.
groundwork.
Yeah,
Because
groundwork.
what we found is some students go to the counselor all the time, some students never go to the counselor.
Yeah.
I don't need to go to the counselor, why do I have to go to the counselor? So we have to make it so that we push that. And I do think, because in 2021, we were a district that didn't have counselors in our elementary schools. When I was a principal, there was no counselor.
Mm-hmm.
And so now, Dr. Estrella's like, we need to have counselors in our elementary school. We put 12 counselors into our elementary schools.
Then you get used to it.
And now they're, like, the fact that they have seen a counselor since they were in kindergarten, I think is going to pay huge dividends in the long run. Because a counselor's not, like, if you've never had a counselor and you go to middle school,
Yeah.
excuse me, you're not 100% sure, like, what it
So
is, why
true.
it is. So having a counselor throughout,
Yeah.
building that experience for them.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions around some of the work with RISE on our junior and senior survey, our counselor check-ins, or any other counseling piece?
So that class right there, the junior class that's now seniors, will
Correct.
they be surveyed again?
They take the
this
senior
fall?
survey.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it'll be interesting to see
Yes,
how things
and that's
change.
something that we're constantly looking at.
And that's Carol Wilshire Toth's area, yeah.
That's her. And she started the work, she didn't start the counseling work until 2023.
Yeah, 'cause she used to be Ben's counselor at PTEC.
Yes,
When
but
he
she
was
started,
freshman.
she
Yeah.
started this workforce development
Yeah.
work in 2021.
Well, I remember when she like left PTEC to do this, and I was like, no.
No, but the workforce development that she's been able to develop in
Yeah,
the
no, it's
district has
incredible.
been really
She's done
impressive.
great work. Yep.
And so, like I said, the goal last year was to go from 54 to 100. We had 128 students take courses at CT State Norwalk last year.
Oh, wow.
So it was a huge success. We more than doubled the number of students.
But those are all like trades and technical.
They're all certification
Yeah,
courses.
okay.
So like Google IT support,
Oh, okay, I see down there.
electrocardiogram, American Red Cross. So Google IT, Microsoft Office, paraeducator, phlebotomy,
That's awesome.
physical therapy. And so like they range
Yeah.
the number of students that
Yeah,
they take.
it's interesting what they're taking.
And the courses, like you could see some only had one student take advantage of the course, but it's something that we're constantly trying to provide more opportunities. We
Yeah,
have the
that's cool.
Pathways to Construction Trade, which is actually gonna be, it's rolling out now again this year. That's 2 Saturdays.
Right, that's had a lot of interest,
A
right?
lot of interest. And I'm just going to say, I do think some of our positive attendance does
Yes.
connect
Oh,
back to
yeah.
some of this,
Sure.
because if we're able to engage our students, they're gonna wanna come to school.
Right.
And there are things that we've wanted to do. We wanted to do HVAC as like
Mhm.
a class. We have a new company in Norwalk, and
Yeah.
we could offer it,
Right.
but it's expensive, and we just don't have the financial
Oh, to like
capacity.
bring it into the building.
Because it's roughly $5,000 a student. No, they would actually go, so like, it's
Oh, it's
four
on site.
blocks at the high school
Okay.
every day. The last block, the 4th block of the day, they would leave the high school and they
Right.
would go to
The site.
the site,
the company,
and to be
whatever.
able to
Yeah.
learn, and that would be like their 4th class. But it's expensive.
You would think that they would try to partner with us?
I mean, they
or something
have.
like that? Because
They
they
have,
like
but they're-
need,
They have, but it's
Yeah.
$5,000
Still,
per student,
that's
per
partnership.
per student, per semester.
Interesting.
So every student that would take it, it would cost $10,000, which is, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a great program, and we would love to be able to do it, but it's cost prohibitive right now.
Yeah, I
So
get
it's
it.
just something that we're still working on, and we're
Mhm.
still looking to provide more opportunities. But I do think that it's just thinking about the last 4 years and what we've been able to do, because there was nothing in workforce development prior.
Right.
And so
Yeah, we've come a
everything
long way.
around workforce development has been built
Yeah.
over
Yeah.
the last 4 years.
Right.
And like building these opportunities. And it's been pretty successful. There are some things that, you know, as I said earlier, that are now going to fall into Carol's bucket, like some of the SEL work, where we had someone that was supporting at the district, but the grant went away. That falls into her bucket now. The partnership with RISE around like 9th grade on track, that falls into her. And so, like, that's what I'm saying, like, every single person we have is adding in some pieces.
Yeah.
Specialized learning, last year, the focus was increase opportunities for students, but also then to continue to focus on supporting our staff. And so when we look at specialized learning, last year the team really rolled out a new teacher academy, which was the first time that happened. And every month they offered a specified training. You're new to the field, you're new to the district. And it focused on some technical work, such as CT SEDS, but it also focused in on SMART goal writing. It focused in on Orton-Gillingham reading. And so it really was this idea of being able to target specific support. Like in February, the team said, we just hired 11 new staff members. Let's bring just them to really build their capacity around CT SEDS. So that was something that was really, really new. And it is something that they're really proud of. The first session of this year is happening next week. And so they're constantly trying to target our new staff and supporting our new staff so that they don't feel like they're on an island and they have people that are there to support them.
Yeah, they're getting pulled in.
We also have our parent survey that we give out after PPTs, and that's been really positive. We've gotten really positive feedback. When we've gotten negative feedback, what I've been happy with is the team has then reached out to the parents to check in and to see why and what's happening and what's going on.
Okay.
So it is,
Do you feel like things are getting resolved through?
well, the fact that they are reaching out, parents are surprised. Because
Yeah.
they filled out this survey
Yeah, and they thought it was going into a black hole.
and then someone's following up.
Yeah.
And I think that that has been a beneficial piece. So
When did we start doing the surveys?
we started doing the surveys in 2023.
Okay.
2023, 24, so that last year was year 2 of the survey.
Right. Okay,
Not
that's
every,
good.
I would like to see more, like we offer it at every meeting, I would like to see more people complete it.
Yeah.
But it's still an area that is, we're really trying to get more and more so that, because we want to know, that's how we improve, like what's going well and what are some areas that, or, you know, are areas for growth for us. In terms of, when we talk about program development, last year at Nathan Hale, we opened a new program, and it was really a completely brand-new program, and it was designed for students entering grade 6, and it focused on functional academic skills, communication skills, and they had like weekly community experiences. It was a brand-new design program. We also expanded our LEAP program in the elementary school, and we did again this year. We're having more and more students who like connect with or have that level of need.
So I know we have a LEAP classroom at, I think, Fox Run,
The new one is at Fox Run this year.
the new one.
That's brand new. This is the first year
Oh.
it's in place.
So which one am I thinking we already had?
We
How
had
many
one
do we
at
have?
Kendall,
Okay,
and we had 2 at Cranberry.
okay,
And so now this is our 4th this year. Last
Okay.
year was our 3rd, we opened a new classroom at Kendall.
Okay, I
So-
thought we had one at Fox Run.
Nope, brand new, this year.
Huh, okay.
And then last year was the first year we had the pre-K-5 program for students who
Right.
didn't meet the criteria for
Well,
kindergarten.
yeah, thanks to
And
the
so-
state, right?
Yes,
Okay.
so that's the other program. And then we really built an assessment team, so we're not pulling teachers that can help with some of the evaluations, specifically in the preschool level.
What's up with the swimming? Are we like doing something with
So that program,
Stewies
that
or
program
something?
had swimming.
Oh, really?
It was part of the program. That's,
Interesting.
yes, that
So we
program.
were taking kids to the pool?
We were.
Yay.
This year, it's a different experience, like they're trying to mix it so that every year it's a different experience.
Okay.
But I mean, the program expanded this year. We have a couple new students in the classroom, but it's an amazing, I mean, that program has been extremely successful. We're
Great, and
really-
it's keeping kids in district.
And now, yes, every student that started the program is still in the program.
That's great.
That tells me it's been
Yeah.
successful meeting their needs.
Got it.
So just a couple additional accomplishments that I think are important. And that is that we developed the literacy vision last year, and that was done by administrators, teachers coming together, and they created the literacy vision. And then we piloted programs and selected a new 6 to 12 curriculum that we're implementing this year. The specialized learning team also, they created an advisory group of families and parents. And last year they had 3 meetings, and they elected a parent co-chair, and they're ready to kick that off again this year.
Cool.
We talked a lot about social emotional, and last year we talked a lot about the behavioral health grant and all the work. We developed Norwalk Helps Guide, and we also had resiliency year-long training for social workers and counselors. So like there was a lot of professional learning. It was a really great year. One of the reasons that we went to Hartford this year was to talk about the behavioral health pilot. The state was really impressed with our rollout and what we were able to accomplish in that 2-year grant for the district. Now continuing it is, it's going to be a little, some of our external partners, we couldn't continue with those because of finances. We've been able to keep a couple things in place, but we also had a person who was really supporting this work, and then when the grant ended, they're now in a different, they're not in that role anymore. For our multilingual learning team did a lot of work around Lost Links, they really targeted and worked with specific schools. And one of the things you'll see tomorrow is the results of that targeted work. We're really excited to see the growth that we have on our Lost Links assessment. So that was an additional accomplishment. I talked about the middle school science. We had the building thinking classroom trainings. And then one of the other pieces that we did is we wanted to target our grades 3 through 8 math with the SBAC targets. And so the team really went through, and part of our curriculum updates, because every year we're updating, they made these direct connections to SBAC and had targeted assessment pieces throughout that would help students connect with the SBAC assessment. And then obviously we talked a lot about the marine science pathway. Last year we went and visited classrooms, and we were able to see some of that work, and our curriculum has been written, and there's a lot of learning experiences where they're able to go on trips, and they're able to go and be able to just experience, not just a class in a building, but actually
Hands-on.
they go to the beach or they go to the Maritime Aquarium. And so it goes back to, if we were to go back 4 years, and we talk about pathway development and the idea of having a K-12 marine science pathway, because we had a program that was in the high school, but students in elementary school and middle school didn't have those experiences. And now we have students that are experiencing marine science throughout their K-12 experience if they'd like. And we have the IB success where last year 3 of our elementary and 2 middle schools both were certified as IB schools. So like now we have a K-12 IB pathway as well. And this goes back to 4 years, 5 years, Dr. Estrella's vision of having these pathways and opportunities for all of our students. And so that has been, it's taken time, but we're starting to see the fruition of all of that work.
It's awesome.
And then social studies, I talked already about our building block inquiries framework for the students and just the work that happened throughout all of last year. The last, and we're going to have to switch to goal 6, is the family center. I'm just going to exit so I don't give everybody where to go. And the goal of the family center last year was different than in years past. And the goal really was to increase participation of families in our workshops. So I think if we were to go back 3 years, we really created a targeted focus to have workshops at the family center. And step 1 was, okay, what are those workshops? Our goal was to offer X number of workshops. And what we were finding was we may have 20 workshops, but 10 of them had 40 people, 5 of them had 20 people, and 10 of them had, or 5 of them had 2 people.
Yeah.
And so we started saying, well, if only 2 people come and only 2 people show up, like, is that a workshop that parents want? And so how are we trying to offer workshops that parents want? And that became a goal for us last year. So they put out a survey to try and gather some interest. And what we ended up seeing is, well, we didn't offer the same number of workshops. We saw an increased participation by 59%. So some of the new classes that we offered were Spanish classes for adults. So, and what I found interesting is we had teachers sign up for these classes. So it was great. We also had a partnership with the Stanford Adult Ed, and that is teaching English. So we had a lot of families sign up for those classes. We had our back to school backpack drive. Last year Xerox donated a bunch of backpacks, and so we had a backpack drive where we gave them out. We had our holiday toy drive, our Say Yes to the Dress, and prom. And then we had workshops in special education, workforce development, and portrait of a graduate. So you can see, like, even in our parent workshops, we are seeing that we're offering portrait of a graduate training as well. We offer portrait of a graduate training at the SGC meetings as well. So, like, we try to make sure everything is interconnected. And Dr. Erickson, who's the point person, she's even offered that training to our paraeducators. So we just want to make sure that everything we're doing has that interconnected piece. And so just to be able to see the increase in participation has been really successful. And I would just add is that in January we opened up the Health and Wellness Center at the Family Center. And that was something new. Oh, and so that is something that we're very excited about.
We were talking to Sandra about the shift of the family center over to
46 Concord.
Yeah, Concord School, including the health center, which it sounds like there's like things that need to happen before that can happen.
But it'll be in place, and
Yeah.
I think that will be
A great location.
It's a great location.
Yeah.
Parking's great
Yeah.
parking, because the
Yeah.
family center parking is,
I think
Yeah,
it will
it's
probably
tough.
be better than the current location.
I think that I think it will be, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of benefits,
Mm-hmm.
so,
Yeah. That's awesome.
so that's
That's
it. Questions, thoughts?
That's it, that's all?
I know, really, Rob, that's all?
No, there's a lot there. I tried to also like see like where we were and where we've come, because I
Yeah.
think that's
Yeah.
a piece that we don't always link it to.
Yeah,
But in 2021, there
Yeah.
really wasn't a systematized
right.
SRBI system, and now there is, and we
Mhm.
have it flowing, and
Yeah.
there wasn't as much curriculum that we've like
Yeah.
been able to tweak and adjust and adapt and grow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and it's interesting for me, and probably you too, Janine, I don't know if you were like thinking as he kept referencing 2021, that's the year that we joined the board. So, like, all of these things, like, they weren't there when we joined, and to now, like, see how they, you know, have been born and prospered, and it's just good stuff.
Yes, and like you can see specific things coming to fruition.
Totally.
Right? Like, okay, we have this vision that we're going to have a K-12 IB pathway.
Yeah.
Well, it takes a few years.
Yeah.
And if you're working towards it.
Yeah,
And then all of a sudden,
it's there. Well,
it's
we
there.
sat on some of those IB interviews.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's been, you know, exciting to see it happen.
yes. And I mean, the same thing with marine science.
Mm-hmm.
We have this opportunity, and how are we building it? And now we have Jefferson and West Rocks and Brown McMahon.
Yeah.
And so students have these experiences, and it's been great to see like everything
Come to
meshing
life.
and coming to life. And still a lot of work to do,
Yeah.
but we're seeing even, you know, graduation rates,
That's
academic
amazing.
achievement, all moving in
Yeah,
positive
right
directions.
directions. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's all good. Really good stuff.
Like that.
And then
Yeah.
one piece that is not about last year, but last year we were one of 7 districts selected to participate in a 3-year specialized learning project. And so this is year 1, and we have a small group of our team that this year is really about learning. And then next year, we'll have a couple schools that we'll be piloting some work, and then we'll roll it out to the broader district in year 3. And it's completely free of cost.
What's it called?
It's, they call it the Transformation Learning Network through TNTP.
Awesome.
But a lot of people applied, and they only selected 7 across the country. So,
Amazing.
yeah, we're excited.
Congrats.
The team is very happy, so
Nice.
Awesome.
it's good.
Good stuff. Thank you for sharing.
Good stuff, of course.
Yeah.
So you have the finance goals for this coming year. These did actually, finance and HR, these goals did not change from the goals that we reviewed early summer. And so there aren't any updates to these goals. But if there are any questions or suggestions you have towards these goals, please do share, but they're pretty straightforward.
I was just thinking, where it says we hold our meetings with the SGCs, the budget meetings, would it be feasible to add PTOs and PTAs? Only because it seems that the communication doesn't go from the SGCs to anybody else. And then at the school levels, the PTOs and PTAs are saying, nothing's happening, we don't know. And
can.
the PTOC wants a complete different meeting, so why can't we combine them so that they're together?
We could do that.
Time leverage.
We used to present at one point with PTOC. I remember making presentations to them, but it's been a while. Somehow we stopped doing that. But we'll see about getting that on the schedule. And then with HR, we talked about this in the summer too, is just, we just want to be able to internally start tracking their certifications for them so that things don't lapse,
Yeah.
especially like the DSAP, the temporary certifications that are required to be renewed. Oftentimes, we discover that they need to be renewed late, or teachers get notice from the state that, hey, your certification has expired. And so we want to be more proactive and manage it for them so that we send them reminders, hey, this is due in 3 months, in 6 months, and so forth. So,
And so originally we had 3 goals. However, one, we reduced by 2 down to this one, really focusing on enhancing leadership effectiveness. The school improvement planning that used to stand on its own has been kind of woven into this goal. And then the third one was around the new evaluation and support plan. But as we move into year 2, we're in a place of refining, and so it really didn't warrant, we needed to think about kind of focusing the scope of our work, given some of what, Dr. Estrella shared earlier. Maybe you want to?
I don't think so.
So for this year, we'll start with, I'll talk about HR and then talk about finance. But one of the things that we have been doing from about 2020 to 2020 to where we are now is obviously with the superintendent coming in, there was a need to have some structure within the HR department. You recall there was a time where we had a lot of turnover, particularly in senior leadership. And so now we've been working to kind of develop some stability there, and we're at a place now where we have a level of stability in the senior leadership, allowing us to start thinking strategically and long-term about processes and systems. So those are some of the things that we've been able to do over the past couple of years. We have also been working on the teacher experience. How do we support our employees? We redesigned our orientation. We now call it New Beginnings. And so it's tailored to meeting the needs of the staff as they come in. But we're also leveraging technology. So some of the new hire content is actually videos that they have, and therefore after orientation, you may not know what to ask on day 1, day 2 on the job. But now they can go back and they could re-listen. I have an FMLA question. Let me go back and listen to FMLA. I have maybe a retirement question. Let me go back and listen. So we've developed, working with communications, a series of videos that employees can actually go back and follow up on. So you don't necessarily have to call HR with some of those questions. So those are some of the things that we're doing in HR. We've also combined our benefits department and our payroll department. A lot of the information is shared, and so now they're co-located, and it just makes it an easier experience for our staff. When they have a benefits question or a payroll question, they just go to one office. It's one supervisor, Aileen. She has a team, and so they can get all of their information in one place. So those are some of the things that we've been working with the HR department just to make sure that we can support adequately the staff. So one of our goals this year was just to ensure that we're compliant with Title IX, which ensures just a supportive environment for our staff members, just to reduce opportunities for litigation. And so we reviewed processes and procedures. We brought in Shipman and Goodwin to talk to our principals and assistant principals sessions just about updates on the law. How does a principal as a supervisor navigate when these issues come up at their building as the first point of contact? And so that's an area that we really wanted to focus on. How do they do those initial investigations of cases when they pop up related to Title IX? The other area was obviously labor relations. HR is the point of contact with our unions, and therefore just ensuring that there is a communication channel there. And so we've been working on developing those relationships. This summer, we negotiated the teacher's contract. I think you were part of that. And that actually went well. It wasn't confrontational. We got it done within the time limits. and we were able to make some understanding where the teachers were coming from. We knew that we had a challenge recruiting and in paying teachers. So an element of the new contract is we actually eliminated the first 3 steps of the contract of pay. And therefore the pay levels, yes. So now new teachers will begin at what used to be a level 4, as opposed to waiting 4 years to get to that level. And so that makes us a bit more competitive. And so the union just ratified that this Monday, and so it'll be on your board agenda on Tuesday for you to approve, but we'll share more. But those are some of the highlights. But we've been able, like, working with the union, understanding what the challenges are and the pay, because we are seeing more and more competition in those areas. And so we were able to negotiate that with the teachers. We also finalized one with our custodians and our security personnel as well, and that one went very well. And then just working within our the HR department, making sure that they're able to just provide effective support to our school. So we redesigned. We have 3 HR generalists that support all of our schools and all of our departments, and so just making sure that they're effective and they have the tools to do that work. And so those are the HR goals. Additional accomplishments for HR in working with our communications team this year. We launched It Takes a Village series. This is just spotlighting our staff. And so this was published on social media, just to kind of putting names to faces, and just to let the community know we were hiring paraeducators, our teachers, and all the different people that work in our building. But It Takes a Village was a really good series that we put together in December, working with communications team.
Yeah, it was
Just,
really nice.
Just sharing it. So if you saw a couple of those videos, they were really nice. We had really good feedback on that, and we'll keep working on that. On the finance side, our highlights have really been just to ensure transparency. When I came to the district, one of the first charges the superintendent gave me was, let's redesign a budget book that looks nice, is award-winning, and offers transparent information. So we were able to do that, and we started doing that. We have enhanced our financial reporting, how we report financial information, providing line item information. We created a dedicated budget website where we provide information. We did a budget in brief document, which is a Reader's Digest version of the budget book, just providing some additional information in an easy and digestible way. But we also partnered with the grants team in just securing grants. We secured the $15 million grant, the MSUP grant. We were able, working with them, we secured and managed the HVAC grant for HVAC. In all of our facilities, we collaborate very well with the city in terms of financial reporting and auditing. Each year, we go through an independent audit, and each year, our Board of Ed Finances reporting, we've never been cited. So we do proper accounting, we do documentation, they come in, they randomly pull payroll, they randomly pull invoices, and they make sure, do you have the right backups? Do you have the right checks and balances? We're going through that now. And each of these, for the past 5 years, we've had a clean opinion on all of those things. And then obviously just engaging with the public. We went through a really challenging budget cycle this year, but it's just looking at how can we better engage with the public. You recall we increased the number of town halls we did this year, just additional opportunities to engage with the city and the community.
And we're continuing with the town halls?
We are continuing the town halls. This year, we're going to begin, instead of doing that first town hall in person, we're going to leverage a survey. And so we're going to develop a survey that's going to go out to our communities. The survey is going to be tailored. There's going to be some generic questions, but also focusing on the unique levels. Like the middle school levels are different than the high school levels, different than the elementary school levels. This was feedback actually we heard from when we did this in the summer. How can we get direct information from the schools? So the survey that we do will have some generic questions, but we'll have focus on each individual. So we'll ask, are you an elementary school parent? And then jump to these questions that are for elementary school. Additional accomplishments, I mentioned, we got the budget award, we have the budget documents, we worked on our strategic financial plan. We were really able to get even this school and the Norwalk High, they're called shovel-ready projects, because when the money was available, we already had our 25-year plan, something that the grants team working with facilities, and so that's part of just that strategic thinking and thinking ahead, not just for today, but for the future. Because not everybody is ready when you get that level of funding. And we were fortunate that when that money came, we had our plans, we knew what our priorities were, we knew what were tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 schools. And so the difference there is the fact that you plan. And if you don't plan, you're gonna get the funding, and then you're trying to figure, okay, what do we do with it? But we were ready when the money came. We knew exactly what we needed to do in this district, and that's, all of that strategic planning has happened over the past 5 years under superintendent's leadership.
Love that.
With that, I'll toss it to my colleagues.
All right.
Thanks, Linda.
So when the strategic plan that we're working under rolled out in 2021, one of the parts of the reorganization with the superintendent was to ensure that there was a team of folks focusing on building the leadership capacity, specifically the instructional leadership capacity in the district. Because our theory is if we elevate leadership skills, we'll elevate teacher practice, which elevates student outcomes. And so and a key part of that was one of our priorities is around high quality instruction and support. And at the time, at the beginning of the strategic plan, we didn't have a shared understanding of what really strong, high quality instruction and support looked like. And so one of the first things we had to do was develop a set of practices that we wanted to see across all of our classrooms. Because consistency and coherence are critical to district improvement, because if you just have pockets of excellence, you're not gonna realize the types of gains that you wanna be able to do. So we developed, working with our school leaders and district leaders, a set of teaching practices. We've called them the look-fors before when we talked to you all about like our learning walks. And these are the look-fors that we want to see present in all of our classrooms. And so by building out that short list of practices, we built a shared language and a shared understanding about what we wanted our classrooms to look like. So then we developed the system around learning walks. And the reason we did is, at the time, at the beginning of the strategic plan, we didn't have an approach that allowed for district leaders and school leaders to be in classrooms together in a regular and systematic way. And so the learning walks brings everybody together, getting into classrooms to norm and calibrate, but it also allows us to be more data-driven with our professional learning. Because if we're getting into classrooms and kind of identifying where are we seeing these look-fors present, what are we not seeing, then we can design very targeted professional learning and supports for the schools to lift up those practices. And so it's allowed more of a data-driven approach to our professional development and learning. These systems have been helpful at elevating teacher practice, but also just deepening and strengthening the way that district leaders and school leaders are partnering together to elevate teaching practice and student outcomes. Because in my opinion, and part of our theory of action is like, if you want to accomplish something, you have to put a system in place and not just hope that it's going to happen, or hope that it's going to happen organically. But what's going to be the system or structure that's going to allow you to develop a new way of doing something. And then we've also had the opportunity over the last 3 to 4 years to then refine these practices. So those look-fors, we've gotten feedback from our school leaders, we've adjusted them to make sure they're aligned to the portrait of a graduate. But putting these systems and structures have been really critical to us achieving some of the student outcomes that the superintendent was referring to a little bit earlier. I'm super excited for you guys to be able to hear more about all that data tomorrow from Diane Filardo. Because again, the work of the leaders, improving the work of the teachers, improving the outcomes for kids. Initially, at the beginning, the district met regularly with principals, but we were very intentional and strategic in shifting what those meetings looked like to really be focused on instruction and student outcomes. And operational work is important, but it couldn't be the top priority of the work that we were doing with our leaders. And in addition to making those meetings more instructional focused, we've also added in more differentiated opportunities. So we partner with 2 of our senior principals, Dr. Lewis and Jane Wilkins, to provide support to our early career principals. We bring small groups of principals together for PLC school visits where they get to work and really get in more intensive with the work in their schools with their colleagues. Some of you have attended the Leadership Development Cohort celebration, and the district has provided for quite some time opportunities for aspiring districts, but it used to be done outside of the district. And there was kind of a disconnect between that preparation and the priorities of the district. So when Allison and I were able to bring that work for aspiring administrators into the district, not only was there a cost savings, but it also helped us to prepare our aspiring administrators to lead here in Norwalk, not just anywhere, but to lead here in Norwalk. You know, they were getting real boots on the ground training around Norwalk goals, priorities, and so they were really ready then to assume those leadership roles. You know, I think, so all of these have improved instructional practices. You know, our learning, we continue to report out that learning walk data. So this is from last year, from October to January to March. We have data now from the last 2 years of over 700 classrooms. And that data is so rich at helping us to guide our leadership work. And also, you know, you always know when somebody sees the value in something that you've asked them to do, when they start to do it, even when you're not asking them to do it. And so our school, initially, we were asking all schools to do 3 rounds of learning walks. Schools are now doing learning walks much more frequently and for a whole variety of different reasons. And they've tweaked the structure to meet their needs. You know, so it's just like, you know, that's always the best part when you see people taking the structure and really making it their own. You know, and we've empowered the school leaders to do that.
And the one thing that I would add on to what Mary Ann is saying is that if you think about the presentation with Rob around curriculum and instruction, you think about the presentation from Sandra talking about the equity and the portrait of a graduate, everything that Mary Ann and I do with the leaders is really centered around making that work come to life in schools. So we're really developing the leadership capacity of leaders to gain the knowledge and the skills to be able to effectively lead that work in their schools. So all of the things that Mary Ann talked about, the learning walks, the instructional look for document, which is sort of like a checklist that's used to go around the classrooms, is all in support of curriculum and instruction, equity, portrait of a graduate.
And, you know, we take feedback from our school leaders very seriously. And so over the course of last year, when asked the question overall, the sessions were beneficial to the work that I'm doing. It was an average rating of 4.51 out of 5. And we have some quotes over here just from our leaders. You know, the first one talking about how we routinely are reconfirming, you know, as a leadership team, that we value their feedback to guide our next steps. You know, people spoke very highly about how we were kind of in the early stages of AI and how it was starting to show up in the instructional space and giving people that kind of just-in-time training that they needed. You know, that third quote speaks to that differentiated approach to the individualized needs of our leaders. And then the last one is a quote from somebody who was in our early career principal professional learning community and just feeling that it was a safe and supportive space. You know, sometimes being a leader or a principal can be a little isolating. And so just to know that you're in it with other people was really important to us.
So before I get into talking about our school improvement goal, I really want to just share with you a little bit about how school improvement has evolved over the last 5 years in the district. So 5 years ago, all schools are required to do some form of school improvement plan in Connecticut, but it was really a compliance document in this district where leaders were just sort of coming up with goals and, you know, the plan was sort of set aside. Over the years, it's really evolved into a leadership tool that leaders are really leveraging to improve outcomes for children in schools. And so now what that process entails is schools are really looking at their data. They're doing like a true needs assessment where they're looking at various pieces of data about their school, ELA and math scores, they're looking at attendance, they're looking at the panorama survey, they're looking at disciplinary data, and they're really looking at this data to inform what the focus of their school will be for the upcoming school year. And so now with the school improvement planning process, not only do they come up with goals, but they come up with like a theory of action, which is like really like a theory of change. If we do A, B, and C, then students will perform better. And in addition to that, they come up with an action plan where they talk about the steps that they're going to take towards achieving their goals, as well as a professional development plan of how they're going to develop their staff members to be able to effectuate that change in their theory of action. And so it's really become a, robust planning process that school leaders are using to really effectuate change in their schools. And one of the things that we've done over the years is we've also learned to streamline it a little bit better based on the feedback that we've received from leaders, so it's not as cumbersome, and so that they can really use it as a tool with their school communities in a way that's not overwhelming. And so if you take a look, we have the Lippitt-Noster model of change management, and here it lists the various things that you need to have in order to successfully achieve any type of initiative that you're rolling out in your school. So you've got to have a vision. You have to have consensus, meaning you have to have the buy-in of the community. You really have to develop the skills of people to be able to implement it effectively. There has to be incentives, right? Mm-hmm. What are the incentives in school is that students are achieving, right? Mm-hmm. You have to have adequate resources, and there has to be a clear action plan. And so through the school improvement planning process, school leaders are thinking about how all of these things are present in the way that they're rolling out their initiatives. And it sort of serves as like a little checklist for them. So what is the thing that we need to do to staff have buy-in? Yes, they have buy-in, but maybe they don't have the skills. And that's the thing that I really need to develop my plan around to make sure that I'm, developing the staff members in the school. And so all of our school leaders, they develop school improvement plans. It really kicks off during the summer leadership retreat where they're meeting with their team and they're creating their school improvement plan. So leaders are doing this in collaboration with members of their community. Then they meet with, Marianne and I meet with the individual principals to give them feedback. They make revisions. We also meet with them in the mid-year to give them feedback as well as to assess the progress that they're making. So there's like a progress monitoring section of the plan, mm-hmm. so that you're able to monitor how students are improving over time. And then we meet with them again at the end of the year, okay. To really look at how the school, achieved, did they meet their goals, and what are some of the things that they can think about for the following year. And this process has really pushed us as a district as well as our leaders to really craft goals that will really help to improve their schools and areas, mm-hmm. that will really help us to realize the portrait of a graduate. And what you'll see tomorrow when Diana presents, a lot of this work has really impacted how our students performed in ELA and math, mm-hmm. Specifically science as well. You'll notice that, particular subgroups have improved as well, because in the school improvement plan, we have required that our leaders have a growth goal and really target groups of students who have been marginalized or who haven't performed as well. And we've really seen some great gains this year. So mm-hmm. tomorrow when Diane is presenting the data, just think back to the various initiatives that we're talking about here today, because these are all of the things that we've done to get those results.
Okay. And I think the Lippitt-Noster model is also a good example of, like, whenever we're developing or refining a system or a structure or a practice over here, we're grounding it in research and best practices from the field. Mm-hmm. And so, like, this is a very well-known across multiple sectors change management model. That, like, when we were thinking about how can we strengthen the SIP process, mm-hmm. we wanted to make sure we were grounding that in research and best practices.
Mm-hmm. And then our evaluation plans for leaders and educators. So during the 23-24 school year, we worked with our PDEC committee, which consists of both of the teacher union president, the administrator union president, representatives of NFEP, central office staff, cabinet members. So there were various constituents who were part of this committee to really develop a new evaluation system that would really meet the needs of our district, of our teachers and our leaders. It was a very thoughtful process. We came to consensus on what that evaluation process would look like, what rubrics we would use for the teachers. We opted to use the leadership standards for the principals. And so at the beginning of the 24-25 school year, we rolled out this new evaluation plan, which really moved away from giving people ratings like you're ineffective, you're developing, and oh, you're effective, right? You're not effective yet, but maybe you'll get there one day. Moving away from ratings like that to really looking at here is your goal that you're focusing on. Here are the things that you're doing well in relation to that goal, and here are some next steps that you can take to really improve your practice in that area. And it has really been receptive from leaders. Marianne and I meeting with school leaders around their particular goals. It's allowed us to really go deeper with them around their leadership practices and really push them in a way that feels supportive and not offensive. And our leaders have grown a lot as a result of this work. And we got a lot of positive,
No grievances.
Yeah, we had no grievances at all about the evaluation process, not from the leaders, not from the teachers union. So we really had a strong, successful rollout. And we provided examples, along the way of various artifacts. We also, elicited feedback from the field on how the implementation was going. We also gave leaders during the monthly meetings opportunities to share some of the practices that they were trying out because it was new for everyone. And then we would meet and convene as a PDEC committee to just kind of like check in on how things were going, and if there were any like adjustments that we needed to make along the way. But it really has been a successful collaborative process with our union leaders and various stakeholders in our district.
Actually, today we just engaged the NFT in conversation about this upcoming academic school year and integrating the paraeducator and all the other professionals within the NFEP bargaining group, creating a subcommittee to look at their evaluation system this upcoming school year to further extend the work.
And so here we just included some of the feedback of what some of our leaders were saying about the evaluation system and the support that they received and how much they appreciated it, as well as the school improvement plan, mid-year and end-of-year conferences. And so we've just received a lot of positive feedback around the evaluation system, and I would say it was a great success last year.
So just to wrap up with some additional accomplishments, students, staff, and families take the Panorama survey every March, and one subset of questions on there that the staff respond to is about the effective staff leadership relationships. And so there's a set of questions that staff respond to, and you can see the trajectory over the last 3 years. The percentage of favorable responses has increased from 62 up to 76%, and it's that nice kind of steady increase year over year, because you could have like a pop-up 1 year, but we're more interested in this sustained long-term improvement. And when we think about teacher retention being a priority for all of us, we want to know that our staff are reporting out that they feel like they have a strong relationship with their leaders and they're getting the support they need. You've heard about our MSAP $15 million grant with our 3 schools, Kendall, Ponus, and PTEC. Last year, they had a baseline visit in September with the evaluator from the grant, and then a follow-up visit in April. And I was able to join the debrief for all 3 of those schools, and the evaluator could not sing the praises of the leaders any more than they did. You know, the transformation he accelerated in the schools, just as they do their technology and workforce development integration work, was just really exciting. It's also built a nice community as like these 3 schools are focusing on a common theme from a K-12 continuum perspective. And we couldn't, this past spring, you've heard us, we piloted some new ELA materials in our middle schools and high schools, and our leaders and coaches just killed it. I mean, they did such an incredible job of helping us set that vision, build the consensus, supporting people with trying out a new curriculum. And all of that work last spring and through the summer allowed us to have a successful rollout of the new curriculum in the middle schools and high schools for ELA. So just thinking about the improvement that we saw last year in the ELA, and now we know, like, it's all, that was just the beginning. Allison talked about the school improvement plans being used to really drive school improvement, but they're also being used to drive the district priorities, such as the portrait of a graduate. So last year, after the leadership retreat, as we were reviewing those plans, you could just see the buy-in and the connection that people had to the portrait of graduate, because it was woven and integrated all throughout their school improvement plan. It wasn't like something off to the side. It was, you know, people know, like, I joke around, like, always make the thing the thing. And so, you know, it's not the most eloquent phrase, but you know, it gets the point across. So, you know, and just another leadership structure that we rolled out last year, I know some of you know, we've spoken about this, is with the equity leads. And so Paul Forbes, who you're going to hear from shortly, worked with our principals, APs, but schools also identified another staff member that they wanted to attend training with him to go even further. With Paul, yep. And so, and the idea being that you, the principal, the AP, and a staff member, all are engaging in this professional learning, so they can bring that back to their schools, debrief with the equity team, and then identify their next steps with their staff. And so here are just a couple of quotes, people referring to the fact that it was informative, prompted self-reflection, the strategies were practical and applicable, feedback we always want to hear after a session. Administrators shared the growth that they saw in their own equity team leads. And, you know, last year as we were building their capacity, many of them were able to start to provide that professional learning right away. We're continuing that this year, and all of that will kind of get expanded at the school level. So,
you know, I just want to, you know, add that, like, there is some really great work happening in this district. There really is. I mean, when you think about the portrait of a graduate, in some school districts, it really is just like on a piece of paper. But like, this work is living in our schools. All of our principals, all of our teachers, they know that we're all focusing on critical thinking. They all know we're focusing on helping our children to be effective communicators. They all know that we're leveraging AI as part of, you know, the effective communicator. The equity work, like all of this work authentically really lives in our schools. And I know sometimes there's like a lot of noise about like what's really happening, but you know, there really is great work happening in this district. And it's being done in a very real and authentic way so that people are learning and growing, our leaders are learning and growing, and as a result, teachers are learning and growing, and our children are learning and growing.
I just love this. Like I've been saying, I've seen the changes in 6 years, how it was before any of this started. And like you said, to see the increase is good. Do we keep a percentage of how many teachers actually answer the surveys, or do you expect everybody to do the survey when you hand it out, or how does that work?
Staff actually has the highest response rate when you look at like student, staff, and families.
Yeah.
We set goals. I don't remember what the goal was for last year with the staff. I couldn't check in with Diane and get back to you. And then Diane conducts outreach to schools who are not quite meeting those goals. You know, there have been times where we've extended the timeline for them to complete the survey, just because we do want to have a representative sample.
Right.
You know.
So
dang, I think it may have just left me. The categories, like where the schools fall in, that is based on state standards and requirements. So do we kind of have our own, like where how the schools are performing? Like I know you talked about like not saying effective versus non-effective and all that, but just in a district, aside from what Connecticut says how we're doing, just us, where schools are falling and who those schools are based on like whatever factors your leadership team deems.
So we analyze data as a district as well, and we identify, like, there may be a school that didn't make as much growth. And so what Mary Ann and I will typically do is we'll sort of create sort of like a tiering system, of like how we're going to support schools. So schools that may not have performed as well may just get like a higher level of support from us. So for example, when Norwalk High was identified as a Category 4 school, that was a school that I work closely with. And so I met with the principal and her leadership team to really develop an action plan. And really, so I was out there a little bit more. I had really become a part of that team with them, and we really became thought partners in the work. So they got a little bit more support because of that. Another, Sono is a growing school with a new leader. So, Mary Ann will provide this school and the leader with a little bit more support than, say, another school that has a very experienced leader where the data is performed. So we'll tier the way that we're supporting schools based on the individual needs of the school or the leader.
The challenge becomes with, the positions that were eliminated, the amount of support that we can provide to schools has been reduced. And so we have to rely on like the data and our knowledge of the schools to like be even more strategic about how we're providing that support just because of the limited resources.
Yeah. And would it typically, like, when you did like have the staffing, was it like beginning of year, mid-year, end year, or is it?
Sometimes it can be a 6-week burst of support, just like in a very, very targeted area. Sometimes it's going to be like a full year of support. So, there's no one approach because it's all based in the data and, both the quantitative and the qualitative.
And it's all in the spirit of just, helping our leaders to be the best leaders that they can be and helping our schools to be the best environments for learning for our students.
I also think that the most important thing is the fact that the leaders, as long as they feel important, involved, and they are involved, and you're asking them their opinion, they're dealing with their teachers, and they're bringing that back to you guys. And I see the success based on the leadership role overall, and I just think as long as we keep doing that, it makes a whole lot of difference. When you talk about the evaluation, look at the old concept. I always hated that concept. It was so negative going into be eval. And when you're sitting there and you're reading this and you're looking at it, it belittles you basically. It truly belittles you. But when you're given the opportunity to change the concept and given the opportunity to weigh the pros and the cons, you can see it better. So I just think that, the leadership plays a good part in the system in the city here. And I think that as long as we continue to do that, it makes it, because you're right, we are doing some, great things. Good things, we're doing great things. So,
Absolutely.
It's the misperception or the negativity part that they don't see that. But the overall, as long as you allow the leaders to be leaders and allow the leaders to distribute that message, because that message has to come through them because of the parents that they deal with, because of the community they deal with overall. So as long as we keep doing that, I just think we're just going to continue to just go up.
And it's interesting that you bring that up, Howard, because one of the things that we did during the leadership retreat with leaders when it came to like the portrait of the graduate and like the vision was working with them on how do you tell your story, right? so that they are able to more effectively communicate to parents and families about the work that is happening in their schools, right? And that's a skill. There's an art to being able to do that in a way that people understand.
And to inspire.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And I mean, at a time across the country, retention rate in school leadership positions is not high.
Mm-hmm.
As it gets more and more challenging for people to lead in schools, our retention rate for our school leaders is excellent. We're far, far above the national average. So.
And when it comes to like the outcomes of the school, I hear a lot of mention for the principals. Like that's a lot of the principals' role and responsibility. Where does the APs fall in that? Is that more operational for them, or are they?
No, we're saying principal, but it's the assistant principals as well.
Oh, okay.
And they come to the monthly, so we do 2 days a month of professional learning. 1 day is with the principals, and the other day is with the assistant principals, which is also unique. That doesn't happen in other districts.
And
like
it's the same content.
Right, and they're getting the same
They're
content.
getting the same content.
And, we're really investing in our assistant principals as well. And one of the things that we've done, Marianne and I, is we're meeting with leaders, is really pushing principals around, like, how are you developing your assistant principals, and how are you also holding them accountable to the data? And there are principals who have distributed that, so various APs in their building may be held accountable for a specific data point in their school as a way of, building that accountability. So everyone is accountable.
Were we getting any pushback at all?
No.
I like the fact that too, because you're doing both of them with the same material, that when we do lose a principal, it's an easy move of an assistant principal, because they know what is expected already and the work that's being done.
Absolutely.
Part of the pipeline strategy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we get a lot of really good feedback from our assistant principals, right? That help us to really refine our work and our practices.
One thing I didn't mention, so we partnered with 2 veteran principals to provide that early career support for principals. This year, we're partnering with 3 experienced APs to provide that same level of support for our early career principals, folks that are in their first 3 years. Thank you. APs in their first 3 years. And again, like, this is an opportunity for the veteran administrators to grow, because they're facilitating learning for administrators, which is not something they do in their schools, but also to provide that support to the early career APs.
And it was interesting, because we had our introductory meeting with the 3 assistant principals who will be leading this work, an elementary, middle, and high school. Should I be naming them?
Oh, maybe not. You named the principals, that's why earlier, so I was curious.
Evan Byron, LaShante James,
and Jen Scanlon.
And what was interesting is they really get it. I mean, they're ready to be principals. The 3 of them are ready. And they understand, the importance of leadership development, right? Because it's one thing to, have the list of things here are all the things that we need to do as a leader, but they're digging into how do you do it? How do you inspire people? How do you get people to want to buy into the work, right? What are the key strategies and moves that you make to get people to want to really do the work? And they get it. They're ready.
That's great. And LaShante James is our AP of the year.
Yes.
Connecticut AP of the
For
year.
Connecticut, yes. She's ready.
We have a lot of good leaders. Everybody getting awards.
Yeah, 3 state awards in the last year and a half. And then, of course, the national.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Couch was 23?
New principal.
Yeah, new principal.
So I think it just, to be honest, it just speaks to the work that we're doing. Even, I remember there was another principal who was up, and we had to meet with the committee. and I had to present, and the woman came up to me after and was like, you know, very impressed with the practices that we're doing as a district, because it's very much in alignment with what, you know, what the expectation is for leaders nationally. And we're meeting that, which is why so many of our leaders are getting these awards.
Plus the two finalists.
And the finalists,
Who
yeah.
made it down to the last two.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that just doesn't happen.
And to
So
allow it
that-
too, because you're growing them from within. So
Yeah.
you're also allowing that growth and being
No
able
stifling.
to do that.
But that's how you create a sustainable system, right?
Yeah.
Because we want it to continue whether we're here or not,
Right.
right?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I think
good.
they're
That's
ready
our
for us
plan.
downstairs.
It's supposed to be at
Thank you.
7.
Thank you.
We were?
Yes, to the agenda.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Education Board Workshop Meeting. Today is Saturday, September 13th, 2025. The time is now 8:33 a.m. With me this morning, we have Ashley Goulians, Janine Randolph, Kara Bakey, Sherry McCready-Pritchett, Jasmine Pressey, Mary Ellen Flaherty Ludwig, and I'm Howard White. I also have Dr. Alexandra Estrella and her full cabinet here this morning. And if we could all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want.
You
Hello.
turned it off. It's on. Up one more. There. It's on.
Got it. I want to thank everybody for being here for round 2 of our retreat. And thank you for giving up your Saturday. I know that's asking a lot from everybody that is busy during the week with work and responsibilities. And I'm going to transfer the meeting over now to Dr. Estrella to start us off with a new day of great information and knowledge.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for joining us this morning as we continue navigating through the end of year review of the 2024-25 goals set by the board to me, the superintendent, and the cabinet at large. We're going to start off our day today immersing ourselves in the final station of the different goals that were set by the board in June of last year. And our hope is that it will continue to deepen the board's understanding of the work that has happened, all the successes that have been attained, and also provide some forward insight in terms of the work ahead. We've made significant strides, but the work never ends. There's still a lot of great work to do. Once we conclude Station 3, then we'll have the opportunity to hear from Diane Filardo, who will speak on our accountability data metrics and provide the board an update in that area. I'm so proud and so excited to present that today because there's so much to celebrate. We'll take a break and then we'll go into executive session to go over my end of year evaluation. We'll break then for lunch and go into, after lunch, a conversation with Attorney Mooney and Bird Carolina just to talk about pending cases and litigations. We'll go into executive session to have that conversation, and once that's concluded, the chair will close out our meeting today. I'm going to ask the person in Station 1, those leading Station 1, to please stand, cabinet members. And If the last station that you are as a board member responsible for continuing in is with Rob, please follow Rob. Station 2, those of you who, your last station is Station 2, please follow Sandra and Ralph. And Station 3, Lunda, Allison, and Marianne. Thank you. So I want to thank the cabinet for presenting and supporting in the work. I know that, like I always say, it takes a village, and I'm so grateful to have all of you in the village, even though one of our village member is going to wander away. I'm really grateful to the team and to having such a strong team, right? A leader's only as strong as the people that support them. So thank you for your leadership in your work. I'm very fortunate to have the cabinet that I have. And I hope that the board had an opportunity to really see the depth of work that has happened over the course of the 5+ years that we've been in this work. I think I want to say a few things that have remained with me since I started in the district. I think first, when I was interviewed, one of the questions that I was asked was what we were going to do about the District 99 children. And I found it very bizarre to me that kids were labeled in that fashion. So it became a personal mission of mine to make sure that I work collaboratively with the board, my cabinet, and the city to make sure that where we're sitting now became a reality. And I want to thank the leadership of the board, because there were some really difficult conversations that happened behind closed doors that led to where we are today. So thank you for your leadership in that. Also, when I came in, I heard this from constituents as well as former board members, that the reason why Norwalk's accountability data was in a decline was because the district was becoming more diverse. And unfortunately, I heard conversations of like finger pointing at groups of students as being responsible for the decline in graduation, the decline in performance. And when I heard that, it became essential for me as I did the work to make sure that I proved that that was wrong. Because I believe that every child is capable of doing great things if they're set in the right conditions to be able to do that. And although we still have work to do, we've done significant strides in setting the right conditions for our students to continue to thrive and excel, whether they are Black or brown, white, Asian, they identify within the LGBTQ community, or they see themselves as somebody who looks at the world differently from others. I think that's the beauty of who we are as a community, yet sometimes people don't always see the value added in that, and sometimes misrepresent what that will mean for us as a community as a whole. And I'm really excited, like Diane is, to present the data, because it speaks to the collective work that has happened. When I heard Marianne talk about our work, right? Building the leadership that then builds the capacity of the people in front of children in the classroom, and in turn, that impacts how students succeed and achieve. What you will see today is a collection of all the efforts that we put to play, from facilities, finance, operations, you name it. Even when we think about technology and how do we integrate resources to effectively support students and enhance efficiencies within the organization, particularly as we look at AI. All of these different elements that we've built and strengthened as a result of a really smart strategic plan that has been the building block, the roadmap to the work that we've done. And the outcomes that we're seeing are the byproduct of all of these efforts being carefully put together to ensure that students thrive. And to also demystify the belief that Black and brown children can achieve, that an organization that is predominantly Black and brown cannot show significant progress and growth. This is testament that those biases are not real, and that all children can thrive if the right conditions are set. And like I always like to say, I know I'm stealing this from somewhere, but no systems produce the outcomes that they're intended to produce. And I'm happy to be in a system that is making a concerted effort to reshift the systems at play that have produced outcomes that don't benefit all students. So with that, I'll turn it to Diane Pilardo, who will, with a lot of excitement, speak to some of the great successes that we have seen in our accountability metrics, thanks to the work that we've done, and thanks to the support that you as a board have given us. And I'll say this again, and I said this a billion times. One of the things that when I'm with my colleagues, I say a lot that I'm very proud of is having a board like the one that I have, that is a high-functioning board. And as you know, we've won 2 consecutive years awards because of, well, not we, but the board has won award because of how well the board operates. And I'm hoping that although we had a challenging June, that the board continues to work together. Doesn't mean that we always agree, but that we always put the best interest of students first, because that's one of the things that has made this board one of the strongest in the state. So I'll turn it back to you, Diane.
Better?
I don't know what to say.
I want to thank Dr. Estrella for giving me the opportunity to be here today to talk to you about our results. The topics that we're going to talk about are chronic absenteeism and the main measures that are used to analyze our state testing results: proficiency, performance, and growth. And by now you know that we've made stellar progress in all 3 areas. But we're going to start by talking about chronic absenteeism. We all know that unless a student is in school, they can't achieve, they can't learn. Attendance really lays the foundation. And you see the trends that we have between 2020, 2021, and all the way through 2024, 2025. In Norwalk, we're looking at chronic absenteeism decline for all students. That's the black line in the middle, in comparison to our high need students, the blue line, and our non-high need students, the green line. And you can see for our high need students, our chronic absenteeism rate is behind that of the state. And also, if you just look at the slope of those lines, you can see our decrease overall, and for high needs and non-high needs, are stronger than that of the state. So we're moving faster to reduce our chronic absenteeism. Before we talk about results, we need to understand our demographics. We are always compared to the state, but there are differences that you should understand. The key ones are MLL. This is just tested students for Smarter Balance in grades 3 through 8. We see 25% of the students that we tested were MLL, in comparison to the state with 13% were tested. We see free and reduced lunch, another area. More than half of our students, statewide about 45%. And then high needs. And if you look at the graphs, you can see purple for us are our white students, and you can see Norwalk versus the state. So you see the pie, it's very different. Hispanic students, 59% versus 32 for the state. So we need to keep that in mind. Also, MLL students, 250 of those students are newly arrived MLLs, which are required to test. And when we talk about proficiency, those students are included in the results. So this is our starting point. Again, we're looking at achievement. And so a student takes Smarter Balanced, they receive a scale score, and that scale score is, or they also receive a level, so that each level, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that are color-coded there, represent a range of scale scores. So level 1 is described as not meeting standard, level 2, approaching the standard, level 3, met the standard, and level 4 exceeded the standard. So the table above that for ELA shows Norwalk's trends and the state trends and the percent of students that were proficient. Those are just the students that are in levels 3 and 4. That's where we want our students. Now take a look at level 1 in the bar graphs, the red. You can see in 2024, we were at a little over 37%. Now we're down to 33%. So what does that mean? 200 fewer students in 2025 were at that level 1, 200 fewer. And almost the same amount were proficient. We have more proficiency, 190 more in 2025 than we did in 2024. You can see that the rate of change at the state is much slower than the progress that we've made. So this is ELA. This is the same graph for mathematics. Here we see 156 fewer students in 2025 in that lowest level, and we see about 130 more students at the higher level, the green and the blue, level 3 and 4, which is defined as proficiency. So this is just looking at results 2024 and 2025, Smarter Balanced, ELA proficiency overall. So you saw those numbers in the table, 42.9% proficient this year in comparison to 38.7 in 2024. And then you see the results of proficiency by major subgroups. And across all grades, all major subgroups had an increase in ELA proficiency between 2024 and 2025. Now, it looks, the proficiency percent is lower for MLL and special education. But keep in mind, special education grew 2.9 percentage points, but that equates to a 30% increase. MLLs grew 2.7 percentage points from 2024 to 2025, but that's a 36.5% increase. High needs, 4.8 points, equates to 16.2% increase. So they're moving at a very fast pace. This is the same chart looking at mathematics. And here we see high needs. The percent point increase of 3 points equates to a 14% increase. Again, across all major subgroups in mathematics for Smarter Balance, we have had an increase in proficiency between 2024 and 2025. So this is a look at science proficiency. And that is one of the areas that we're focusing in on. And you can see that our increase overall, so science is tested in grades 5, 8, and 11. And you see overall, we have a 4.1% increase in proficiency between 2024 and 2025 versus the state. We have a different, your handout is different than this PowerPoint. So I think we need to, this is an abbreviated PowerPoint. I think we need to focus, because I really want to go over the match cohorts. So if you, it's not part of this PowerPoint. This is probably a different version. Can we put up the PowerPoint that I originally sent to you? Is that possible? Because, yeah, because what we went over is fine, but there's a piece here on our matched cohorts where we looked at students that were with us for 3 consecutive years. They tested for 3 years, and I think you should see that. Yeah. So I sent that to you Thursday. Let me look at that one. Yep. Perfect. And this will match the paper copies that you had. Sure. So, yes. So what we look at, we always look at students that are with us more than 1 year. How do they do? The students that we're going to look at 2 different cohorts. Students in grades 3, 4, and 5, they took Smarter Balance 3 consecutive years. And then we're going to look at students 6, 7, and 8 that were with us 3 consecutive years. And then we're going to compare 2 different cohorts. Students that were tested 2022 to 2024 to those that were tested 2023 to 2025. So you'll Sure.
One of the reasons why we started doing this, when I started in the district, we only looked at our state accountability data based on year to year, but those students are not the same students. They might have come in at a different proficiency rate, the needs might have been different, so when you were comparing the data, you were not comparing the same students. You were comparing different cohorts of students every year. So Diane and I had a conversation and we were like, we need to start collecting the data to look at how do our students perform through time with us? Students that persist with us, started with us in kindergarten and continue through 8th grade, do they show an improvement in terms of how they are doing based on the learning that's happening in the class? We wanted to make sure that the efforts that we were putting to play were effectively impacting the same students by looking at them over time to see if they were improving or not. So the match cohorts are the same students that we're looking at over time to see how their proficiency has improved or not, which to me is the most important data metric because it really tells us how our work is impacting their achievement.
So with that, we're looking at 2 different cohorts. And this is for ELA, grades 3 through grade 5, 2022 to 2024, and then comparing it to the outcome for grade 3, 2023 to grade 5, 2025. And we see that in the first cohort, we have 698 matches. So that group of students tested in grades 3, 4, and 5. The second group, we had a very similar number, 693 matches. And if you look at all high needs and non-high needs, you see their proficiency percent for those 3 consecutive years. So for the first group, you see that these students left grade 5, all of them proficient 43%. In comparison to our latest matched cohort, they were at 46% proficient. And yet they started, actually the second group started lower. They started at 32% proficient. Likewise, look at our high needs students. Both matched cohort groups started about the same. The 5th graders in 2024 left at 27% high needs being proficient, but the current 5th grade 2025, 33%. So that truly is an example of actually reducing our gap, and we didn't do it at the expense of our non-high need students. They also increased, because certainly we do not want to close the gap by having one group underperforming.
And that's why the rate of change, particularly for those groups that had not achieved at the same rate of other subgroups, is critical to have a higher rate of change the way that we're seeing, because we want them to be able to catch up and be at the same level of proficiency over time. But I think most importantly, when you look at kids that have been within the processes that we put in place for the duration of the time, you see that they, even though they're coming in at a lower rate of proficiency, they're performing at a higher rate as a result of these supports that have been put in place.
So now we're looking at the second group. This is middle school, grade 6 to grade 8. 2 different groups, 2022 to 2024, 2023 to 2025. So here we see that by 8th grade, the first group, 41% were proficient. The latest group, 49% proficient. Likewise, look at high needs. The 8th graders, group 1, 27%, group 2, 36%. The non-high needs, first group 66% by 8th grade, the second group 73%. We're going to go to mathematics, the same thing. 3 through 5.
Like maybe giving a pause to the board, because I know this is a lot to digest. Any questions at this point?
Are there any reasons or rationales for why these cohorts results are so different? Like, is there anything, what were we doing different?
I think that there's a number of things we have been doing different, like the incorporation of the interventionists in our schools that provide really targeted support for students that need that additional tier 2, 3 support outside of the classroom or in the classroom. A lot of work around in-classroom instruction, tier 1 development, the coaches, the integration of our coaches and their work in providing not only curricular support, but the teacher team support around data analysis, making sure that they understand what students need support in, and then building lessons and plans of actions to really effectively move that work are just a few of the things that have been leading to that. The integration of additional social emotional support, right? We know that students can't learn well unless they feel a sense of belonging and their minds are at ease. So adding those additional social emotional supports into our structure has also yielded these outcomes, but also building the capacity of our leaders has been instrumental. And then being able to understand what do students need in our schools, building cycles of support, the school color review identifying clearly what areas the school needed to work on as a collective, and then working as a collective team, the central office team, as well as the schools, and building plans of action that were really targeted on data, and then really well informed what needed to happen in the classroom to move practice, were all elements that strategically work together to help yield these better outcomes. And I don't know if I'm missing anything that.
I would also like to,
I just want to add, if you think about the contributions that we've made in terms of how we're developing leaders, how we're developing teachers, over time as a system, as we all get better, you see as our students move through the system, they get better as well. So in that first cohort, they showed improvement, but the second cohort that went through that had exposure to the instruction a bit longer showed even greater proficiency. So this is really showing that what we're doing is actually working at closing that gap in how students are performing. More students are becoming proficient in performance.
And I think that's why, yeah, and that's why, and that's why we had so much agita when people the community didn't really understand the interconnectedness of the individuals at central office who, yes, they are at central office, but they are in service of schools, and their time spent is in schools. So one of the things that we're concerned about right now is how do we continue to provide the intensity of service that we were engaging in on behalf of schools when we don't have the structure that led to this. So we've been brainstorming of can we continue to do this, maybe not at the capacity that we did in the past, but we have to make sure that we sustain some of these practices because they were what yielded the outcomes that you're seeing. And we're here in the business of making sure that all students thrive and succeed. So we have to make sure that the community understands that nothing in the organization works in silos. Everything is interconnected. And when you impact one area, it has a ripple effect on the other. And this shows that the interconnectedness of everything that was going on directly impacted student learning.
if you think back to the first slide,
But it also explains the addition of stuff. Because I think that is another miscommunication with the public is all of a sudden we have all these extra people and they're not understanding that all this work takes extra people in the district to be able to get this work done. So this explains the addition of multiple staff.
Because when we built the strategic plan, we realized that as a system, there were fundamental components that the organization lacked that needed to be built. For instance, not having a SRBI system that identified kids at risk. One of the things I heard a lot from parents that had students receiving special education services was, I had to self-identify my child because there was no system within the organization that would be able to determine whether it's something that could be addressed through tier 2 interventions, or it was something that required more intense services that then would lead to an evaluation for special education services. And we had to build that system from scratch. Now, kids that need those additional supports don't need a parent to come and advocate for that because it's something that's identified within the organization. And I'm not saying there are parents that want certain things expedited, and that might happen, but it's not because there's not a systemic way in which we are building supports to determine whether or not a child has a disability or just needs a little tug to get to the place of understanding the content. That's one example. And then having these interventionists, it was the first time that ever came to a district that didn't have that element built into the work. So some of the additional personnel that we had to add were not things that were a want. It was a desperate need to be able to provide the services that students needed to succeed. Adult development is critical also to be able to achieve better outcomes in the classroom. And I think because the district had a revolving door superintendent at one time, and I think that Dr. Adamowski and myself have been the longest-standing superintendents in the district for some time. That instability created a situation where there was no adult development. So integrating the coaches, which in any other organization is a common practice, was critical for us to systemically build the adult capacity needed to gain positive student outcome, particularly post-pandemic. Because if you look around the nation, there are districts that are still struggling to catch up. But look at us, right? Look at what we've accomplished despite the pandemic. And it's because we put the right systems in place. And sometimes, we go to a doctor and we don't tell the doctor how to do their job. But I think a lot of times, because people have been through school, they assume they understand how to systematize a system of this capacity. And it takes a lot of skill and a lot of team thinking to be able to do this well. And I think sometimes people get confused that because they have some lived experience in the classroom, that they understand the complexities of organizing a system of this size. And it creates some misunderstanding and misconceptions in the community and the field of what it takes to get there.
Okay. Yes.
I want to support what Dr. Estrella just said in terms of looking at it as a whole system. My prior experience was teaching and always striving to use world-class strategies. And so when I came into this position, trying to look at the larger system, and I observed Dr. Estrella's leadership in incorporating certainly SRBI, but so many other things. I was like, oh, I recognize that. Those are world-class strategies. However, what's new to me is watching the whole system lift up. And my second thing is, Diane, to go to your point, that sometimes the community looks at, well, why are you putting so much energy on the kids that are struggling and you're forgetting the top level? What I want to say is, and you can see it here, when you have a 7-point increase on the non-high needs students in that period of 3 years, you're looking at a higher level of instruction, which benefits all students, those that struggle and those that are eager and ready. All students improve.
I think to your point, Mariam, I think there's a misconception that we're not also supporting kids that are already proficient or exceeding proficiency, because we've made a really concerted effort throughout the organization. I think when Rob presented, he spoke about our pathways. And we built in IB, we built in marine science, we built in AP for all, making sure that students had access to these high-level courses. And I think I mentioned this before. because I mentioned this during Paul Ford's presentation yesterday, because we have more Black and brown students going into these programs doesn't mean that we are minimizing the access of other students, because the access of students that traditionally have been participating in these programs has remained unchanged. What has shifted is having more Black and brown students in these programs, which should be standard practice when 70% of the organization is predominantly Black.
So we'll continue looking at matched cohorts. Now we'll shift to mathematics. And here too, you can see that students in the first cohort leaving grade 5, all students 34% proficient. The second cohort, 36% proficient. Our non-high needs students remain the same, 62% proficient. But if you look at our high needs, 19% left 5th grade testing at 19% proficient. The second group, 24% proficient. Now looking 6 through 8. Now here we do see quite more of a shift. 8th graders in 2024, 29% proficient. 8th graders in 2025, 37% proficient. But even more importantly, if you look at that second group, every year, 6, 7, 8, the proficiency, there's gains for 3 consecutive years for all students, for high need students, and for non-high need students. Okay, this is where we left off before we switched. And here we see, we can't ignore science. Science again, tested in grades 5, 8, and 11. And at every grade level, we saw an increase. And overall, we had a 4.1 percentage point increase from 2024 to 2025. By comparison, the state had a 1.5 percentage point increase. Again, the rate of change in Norwalk highly exceeds that of the state. Finally, we're looking at smarter balanced, ELA proficiency, math smarter balanced, and NGSS for science. And we're looking at the largest cities within the state of Connecticut and also the state at the very bottom. And you can see where Norwalk is, number 1 among the cities for proficiency in ELA, math, and science.
I think the one thing that's important to notice is that we ranked number 1 every category this year. ELA, math, and science. Last year, we ranked number 1 in math and ELA, second in science, NGSS, and I couldn't allow that to happen. So I'm really excited about the fact that this year we're ranking number 1 in all categories.
So now we're going to shift. We don't want to ignore our high school outcomes. And our 11th graders take the Connecticut SAT. This is a requirement, and it's part of our accountability. And here we see the 4-year trend in proficiency. And you see a tremendous spike of 10.4 percentage points in proficiency for ELA. So there were almost 460 students out of the 830 that were tested that were proficient on the Connecticut SAT. In mathematics, we also saw an increase in proficiency of 2.6 percentage points.
Can I speak to that a little bit? So one of the things, as you know, last year, we were very concerned, particularly about Norwalk High School becoming a Category 4 school. And one of the things that we did a concerted effort around was providing support and intervention in ELA mathematics to make sure that that wouldn't happen again, but most importantly, that they were in an upward trajectory to the areas that they had challenges, particularly with their performance on SAT. And I'm pretty sure that Marianne and Allison spoke a little bit about the work, but I don't know to what detail. This was, I attribute this success not only to the work that happened at the school level, but also the work that happened in collaboration with the central office team. We had a cohort of folks from the central office team working with the high schools to make sure that they had a really clear plan of action in how to address the proficiency challenge around SAT performance. Marianne and Allison, do you want to speak to briefly about that? And just grab the mic.
So one of the things that we did in the beginning was really take a look at what are some of the skills where our students were underperforming on the SAT. And we really worked with our curriculum team as well as the instructional leadership teams at the school to provide resources and support that would help teachers work with students around developing those skills. Another thing that happened, our director of school improvement really worked closely with the comprehensive high schools to identify those groups of students who were the high need students who were really underperforming, to identify groups of students to provide sort of that targeted support around those specific skills that were identified using many of the resources that were provided from the district. The other thing that we were really intentional about.
Our director of school improvement was one of the decisions that we eliminated. One of the things that I look at are like the school visit logs, that we document who's in the school doing what, so that Marianne and Allison can strategically then go in and decide that this supervisory component of the work. And Kristen was one person that, if you look at her log, was constantly at the high school providing intervention and support. In the data team, we also had Alden, who did a lot of work as well in pulling the data, making sure that we had a deep understanding of where we have the gaps. Unfortunately, Alden is leaving us. He has resigned and he's still going into private industry. Kristen is now currently in a different role, but because Alden is leaving, we are going to potentially bring Kristen back to her original role, because she played a critical role in making sure that the high school achieved the success that they had because of that one-on-one interaction. And I just need to articulate that because we are losing folks and we are continuously like task mapping how to most effectively use people. And when you look at this data and you look at not only the work that happened at the school level, but the people that provided intervention, and if we lose that support, it could be detrimental in how we perform this upcoming school.
The other thing that Marianne and I were intentional about in terms of the monthly principal meetings is bringing our high school principals together to share the practices that they were each implementing in their schools around SAT prep and SAT messaging. And there's been a lot of re-messaging around SAT. So all of you know SAT is a college entrance exam, right? And so if a student is not planning to go to college, historically they did not really want to take the exam or not take the exam seriously. And so there's been a lot of re-messaging around SAT in our district as a measurement of proficiency and whether you're meeting the high school expectations upon graduation. And that has increased.
I just wanted to know what is proficient.
So what is considered proficient, and correct me if I'm wrong, Diane, in terms of ELA, it's meeting that SAT score of 480. And then in math, it's meeting, achieving 530 on the math section of the SAT. And so as long as our students, according to College Board, are meeting those benchmarks, then they're meeting the high school expectation and are considered college ready.
I think that another piece was the integrate. One of the things, particularly for Norwalk High School, was the integration of nutritional coach last year.
Yes. So they got a second literacy coach, because in a large high school, you know, it's really hard if you only have one coach who is supporting 20 or 30 teachers, right? So having that additional coach is helpful as well. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention that the development of the K-12 literacy vision and the work that we did with our partner TNTP as an organization also helps. So change happens over time, and the more learning that we all engage in as an organization will actually help to improve achievement over time. So we developed this vision in November. By January, it was solidified. That consisted of principals, assistant principals, teachers, coaches, central office staff. We identified some core beliefs around literacy instruction that we wanted to see. And even though the vision was just being finalized, those people that were engaged in that process and engaged in that learning around reading practices, they were taking this back to their schools, even though we hadn't formalized everything at that point, right? So they're sharing this learning with their colleagues, which is then having an impact. Then in the spring, we rolled out a curriculum pilot with 2 different curriculums in our 6 to 12 schools. And it was a lot of learning that those folks on those committees engaged in selecting the curriculum and then implementing the curriculum. And so all of these processes, although we were building up for what we were going to implement this school year, that learning significantly impacted the coaches that were involved in that work, the teachers who were involved in that work, and that also helped to shift instruction in the spring, which also helped us get the results that we did in SATs. I mean, a 10-point increase is significant. Did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Allison.
We're going to take one more look. We know that the average scale scores on the SAT, 200 to 800 for ELA, 200 to 800 for mathematics. So you see these tables show Norwalk and the state ELA scores, average scores from 2019 pre-pandemic down to 2025. So in 2019, the difference between the average ELA scale score on the Connecticut SAT and the state, that difference was 23 points. Now in 2025, that difference is down to 11 points. Likewise for mathematics, in 2019, the difference between Norwalk scores and the state, 22 points. Now that difference in 2025, 7 points.
Is that we are, given the numbers and we'll get more confirmation in November, we are on track to transition that school out of that category.
We'll get credit for 1 year. They actually have to show improvement for 2 consecutive years to remove that category.
Yeah, so we're in the right direction.
Absolutely. And of course, no surprise, we see subgroup results. And we see positive changes right across the board. And with the diverse district, in order for this to happen, everyone needs to be succeeding. And this is our Connecticut SAT proficiency in comparison to large Connecticut cities. And here we are, number 1. You say it.
And once again, we rank at the top for Connecticut SAT proficiency for the state of Connecticut amongst our city schools.
And I just want to say, I love how giddy Diane was when we went to Hartford. She was like a little kid, all excited for this. And this is amazing work that we do.
After doing this for so many years, this is just a culmination of a lot of great work. We're actually going to talk, this wasn't part of the state release. This was released a little bit earlier in June. With our MLL population, almost 2,600 students, grades K through 12, are required to measure their progress towards meeting the English mastery standard, and they do that by taking lost links. And here too, the lost links growth is part of our accountability measures. And Norwalk exceeded the state in both literacy and oral growth this year. Oh, absolutely, more than double. And here again is a familiar table. Now you will notice that here Norwalk is not number 1, they're number 2, right behind. Right behind Danbury. But if you notice the change between 2024 and 2025 in literacy growth and oral growth, we far exceed the gains that were made in Danbury. Danbury made no gains in literacy and had a slight loss in oral growth. So again, the rate of change is much higher in Norwalk. For several years now, when the state releases the results of the Connecticut SAT, Smarter Balanced, NGSS, at the same time, they're releasing the results of Indicator 1 and Indicator 2 of our accountability reports, the next generation accountability. We'll know the results, and you see Indicator 1, performance, which we can talk about today, because those results were released. And number 2, academic growth. But the remaining indicators, some of them we already know, like chronic absenteeism. We've had a decline. We know our graduation rate has increased in 2025, not only our 4-year graduation rate, but our 6-year graduation rate for high need students. So this reporting is really a requirement in annual school and state reporting of the federal government. And these reports are part of Connecticut's plan under Every Student Succeeds Act. So this is federal legislation. But today we're going to talk about indicator 1 and indicator 2. Now, I just want to give you a background on what we mean by a performance index. It really is the best measure of overall average achievement. It includes the results of all state testing in the content area. So when we're looking at ELA, we're looking at the results of Smarter Balanced, we're looking at the results of Connecticut SAT, and we're looking at the results of alternate assessments. We have under 200 students that take an alternate assessment in ELA and mathematics. And there are different scale score ranges. So what this index is, it converts all of the scale scores that students get onto a common scale. So you have an index for every student, and those indices are rolled up into one index for the school or group of students. Now, it really is a good measure of academic achievement, because remember, when we looked at proficiency, when we say the percent of students proficient, we're only looking at students that are at levels 3 and 4, the highest level. When you're looking at a performance index, you're looking at the result of every student that tested, level 1 students, level 2 students, so it's a complete picture. Likewise, it excludes our newly arrived students. Very important. It excludes those students. So it really is a much better measure. So you can see that for over time, we are very close to the state. We've exceeded the state for our high need students. And our trajectory, again, is on an upswing and certainly exceeds the gains in terms of change that we see at the state. So we're looking at all high needs and non-high needs. Now, take a look at this. You can see that over 4 years, our Hispanic students have exceeded that of the state for their performance index in ELA. Likewise, white students. Our Black students for the past 2 years have exceeded the state. Yet, why is our overall district performance index lower? That has to do with demographics. It's important to know the demographics. The contributions of Hispanic and white students weigh heavier or different than the weights that they have on the state overall. For example, 59% of students that contribute to the DPI overall, the performance index overall, are Hispanic in Norwalk. Statewide, that's 32%. White students, 20% of our students that contribute to this overall measure are white in comparison to 45%. We're on par for Black students, 13% for Norwalk, 12% for the state. So when you look at data, again, this just is an example of how important it is to know your demographics. Now we're taking a look at the math performance index, and we see for all 4 years, our high need students have exceeded that of the state. Our our Black, Hispanic, and white students exceeded all 4 years above the state.
Any questions at this point on the board?
This goes back a couple slides, but I'm not sure what oral growth means.
That is all the students that tested that have a score. If all students that took the test and are included, in other words, they're not newly arrived ELLs, they each have what they call an individual performance index, and all of those indices across Smarter Balanced, across Connecticut SAT, across the alternate assessment are averaged to give us a DPI or a district.
Oral.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry.
It's the lot.
Oral is, they assess their ability to speak in English, and a part of the assessment is testing them orally in terms of their ability to.
And we do that.
Yes. The students wear a headphone and they're actually recorded, and those recorders are scored.
Okay, thank you for.
Sure.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm. So let's go back. So this table, ELA performance, math performance, you see male, female, all of our major ethnic groups, and you see the change between 2024 and 2025 for both ELA and math. And where you see stars are where our change or our results have exceeded that of the state. But it's also important to look at that change column. For instance, look at Black students in 2025. You can see that the change, they grew 4 points between 2024 and 2025 in their performance index versus less than 1 point statewide. You see a similar pattern. And here are some more subgroups. And you can see free and reduced and high needs. But it's important to see that MLL and special education students, that change between 2024 and 2025 is much higher than that of the state. So if we can maintain that accelerated increase, we will be moving forward. And again, this is the performance index. We can't leave science out. High needs in science match the state. And this is the first time we've had this high level of results. We're looking at Black, Hispanic, and white. Hispanic students for 4 years has exceeded in science. And here we have the district performance index, the DPI, for all major Connecticut cities.
Once again, we are highest performance ever.
The last metric is growth. Growth is really the pace of learning. Now, this is limited to Smarter Balanced because it compares the same student from one year to the next. So how much did the student grow in year 2 in comparison to year 1 on the vertical scale? How many scale points did they gain? So for every student that takes Smarter Balanced, either ELA or math, in grades 3 through 7, they're assigned a target to the next year. So if in fact they do test again in grades 4 through 8, the question is how many points did they earn on the scale score? And what portion of the target did they make? It's not yes or no. So if I have a student whose target for grade, let's say they tested in grade 3 and their target is 50. So they're supposed to increase 50 points when they take the test again in grade 4. So if in fact they didn't make it, but they did gain 30 points. So what portion of that 50? It's 60%. So the percent of target achieved for that student would be 60%. So it's not a yes, no. Okay, the student didn't make the target. The student gets credit for that portion of the target that they did achieve. So that's what we're looking at here. And you can see that for the first time, overall, for all students, Norwalk exceeded the growth target of the state. For the past 3 years, for high-need students, Norwalk exceeded. And for 2024-25, for high needs, Norwalk exceeded that of the state. Again, Black, Hispanic, and white. For the past 2 years, our Black and Hispanic students have exceeded, and our white students have exceeded for the past 4 years. So that's ELA. Now we're looking at mathematics. This year, overall, Norwalk exceeded the growth. And for the past 4 years, our high need students have exceeded. Black, Hispanic, and white, all 4 years, Norwalk students have exceeded. Again, this is the subgroup table. And look at the 2025 column under ELA and math. Virtually every area is starred. And again, it's important to focus on that change column between 2024 and 2025, because you can see how large a change Norwalk has made in comparison to the state. So if that rate of growth increases, I mean, we'll have stellar results again next year if we can maintain that rate.
Can you explain some of the results of our Asian students in terms of the sample size?
Sure. You can see that in mathematics, Asian students are not starred, but think about the demographics that we talked about. A very small portion, 4% of students that are tested are Asian students. So if there are some students that don't succeed, don't reach a lower level of growth, that's going to impact heavily because of the smaller n size. And again, look at that 2025 column for special education, MLL, free and reduced lunch, high needs. And finally, the the really important news with those larger blue stars is that overall, Norwalk's growth in both ELA and math for the first time exceeded that of the state. And this is just a visual, different way of looking at this, where we're looking at pre-pandemic levels. We see the result of growth 2018-19. The larger numbers are Norwalk's rate, and in ELA, we were slightly ahead of the state. And then you can see the pattern overall. The light gray is the state, the black, Norwalk. And you can see how we shot up. And there you see the average percent of target achieved again, 64.6%. When you look at math, you could see in 2018-19, our growth was slightly lower than that of the state. And now it exceeds the state at 63.9. Okay, these are just some resources. If you wanted to dig deeper into any of this data, you can go on EdSite, and there's an URL, it's public access, and you could look at any district within the state of Connecticut, not only ours, and see results. And families will be getting an individual student report by the end of this month. And I just want to tell you again that in November, there'll be another release from the state, and that'll be the school and district accountability reports that includes all those 12 indicators. One more slide. We had the privilege of listening at our convocation to our keynote, Dr. Freeman Grabowski, and he quoted Aristotle, and the last part of this quote really resonates. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. Thank you very much for your attention.
Concludes our presentation on the work that happened throughout the 24-25 academic school year. I wanted to close out with a state test accountability metrics, because it kind of wraps the presentation with a nice bow, because it shows that the work that we're doing, the processes, systems, and structures that we have put in place are effectively working. And we have been able to do this work, one, because of the support of the board, but also the board allowing us to do the work, and the board doing their work, and us being able to do ours, because sometimes that does not always happen as seamlessly as it happens here in Norwalk. So thank you to the board for allowing us and trusting us to be able to do the work on behalf of our children and the community at large. It has not been easy work, and we're constantly problem solving and figuring out the most effective strategic way of doing the work, always aligning our practice to the latest research. And we've always, because of that, been ahead of the game. Even when the state started talking about the science of reading, we had 2 years already executing that process forward. And it is due to the intensive work that happens at the cabinet level, but also the support of the board and making sure that we're always centered on doing what's best for kids. With that, I will turn it over to Madam Chair to take us into executive session.
Well, again, thank you for all the work and all the information today. It was an incredible, positive section of our retreat. I was just saying that this information was an incredible, positive section of our retreat. And at the moment, we are going to break out and have executive session at this moment, and we shall return.
And you are inviting me into executive session.
This executive session will be the evaluation. We have Dr. Alexandra Estrella joining us. We will also have attorneys.
Not for that.
Nope. Okay. And are we having any cabinet members?
Members, depending. We'll pull them in as needed.
Okay. And some cabinet members, we're not sure who at this moment, but we will be inviting some of them in. Thank you. Here? Yes. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. We are back from executive session. At this moment on our agenda, I need a motion. We will be voting on Dr. Estrella's contract and one-year extension. Any discussions, questions?
So I would like to make a motion that we table this vote just 3 more days until our Tuesday evening business meeting that's coming up on Tuesday the 16th. I know that typically this vote is taken at a workshop meeting immediately following the evaluation that we just did in executive session. But I really, for the sake of transparency, I think that the public, while this is a public meeting, I expect more of the public pays attention to our evening meetings, and I would love for that discussion and that vote to be done at our Tuesday evening board meeting, business meeting. So
Thank you.
Motion that to table the vote 3 days.
Mary Ellen?
I would like to second. I would like to second that motion to table the extension. And I would like to say at this time publicly that we have, and I have just been through a process of evaluating the achievements of this Norwalk school system, and it has been amazing. And I'd like to digest and think about that as we consider the extension. And I think a few days to mull that over and recognize the depth and the breadth of the achievements that have been made would be helpful. I also think it's good for transparency. I second the motion.
Okay. So all in favor of tabling the vote for Dr. Estrella's contract and one-year extension until Tuesday, our business meeting, please say aye, raise your hand. Aye. Aye. All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. Right at this moment, we will be going again into executive session, this time for pending litigation updates with our attorney, Thomas Mooney and Kimberly Bird Carolina, and we will return as soon as we are done with that.
You're also inviting
Goals. Vote on the goals.
Oh, that
No,
when we
that's
come
at the
back.
bottom.
You're also going to be inviting Sandra and Linda.
Okay. For the executive session, we will be inviting Sandra Fayois and Lunda Asmani. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. We are back from executive session. Another lots of information that we have discussed. Moving on our agenda, the next action item would be approval of the 2025-26 revised goals and expectations. Any questions, concerns?
I'd like to make a motion, Chairperson Carpio, to move the approval of the 25-26 revised goals and expectations to our business meeting on Tuesday, September 16th, so that we can review, discuss, and vote on this action item along with our vote to extend Dr. Estrada's contract.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by?
Second.
Janine, all in favor? Say aye. That's a unanimous vote. Thank you, everyone. We'll be tabling that until Tuesday. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you again to everyone for being here on a Saturday. I know that we all have different schedules and we missed a few things with our families, but it's greatly appreciated because there was so much conversation and information that we had to go over. And with that, I want to thank everybody and motion to adjourn. Jasmine, seconded by Ashley. Have a good rest of the weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks,
Happy
everybody.
Saturday.